After the last 5 of 6 on the road, the Stallions are back here at Canton Field to open up a 4-game homestand, starting with the Amsterdam Mohawks. Welcome to the Arch Top Fiber pregame show. Dan Chalm with you, alongside Nick Zuppi. And Nick, this game is a pivotal one early into the season for both sides.
1 versus 2 in the PGCBL standings. Stallions sit 1.5 games back of the Mohawks, so a win tonight would mean they are a half a game back of first place.
And this being a home-and-home series, the Stallions traveled up to face the Mohawks last night at Shuttleworth Park.
The Stallions came into that one winners of 5 of their last 6 games. This one was the 3rd meeting against the Amsterdam Mohawks, the 2nd time these two teams played at Shuttleworth Park. But Justin Ford got the Stallions on the board in the top of the 1st inning. A 2-out RBI double scored Reese Maroney. Stallions lead 1-0 after Ford's 2nd double against the Mohawks, but Dylan Passo also had a number 2 RBIs. This RBI single with 2 outs makes the Stallions have a 3-0 lead going to the bottom half of the 1st inning, but starting pitcher Ryan Franklin got into a jam. This bases loaded walk plated 1 Mohawk. 3-1 is now the score, but Franklin would bear down. Bases loaded, the very next batter, Peyton Jamison, goes down swinging to end the 1st inning. Franklin works out of the jam. Stallions lead 3-1. Fast forward now to the 6th. Bray Touchstone makes it a 1-run game. His RBI single here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Matthew Murtaugh lets in the run. 3-2 Stallions, but Jamie C says, I have something to say about that. 3-run, no doubt, home run over the left field fence at Shuttleworth Park. It's the 2nd homer in the last 4 games for Z, and it's also his 2nd extra base hit in the 7th inning or later against Amsterdam. 6-2 Stallions. Fast forward to the bottom of the 9th. Murtaugh still in, ground out. 3rd baseman Comiskey makes the play, and the Stallions win 6-2 at Shuttleworth Park. The 2nd win at Shuttleworth Park already, Dan, in 2 tries.
And I think that's the most impressive thing here, Nick. The Stallions did not win a game up there at Shuttleworth Park last year, 0-6. But man, they're on a tear in Amsterdam to start the season.
The Stallions can do something that they haven't done before. Win the first 3 of 4 matchups between the Stallions and the Mohawks. History is on the line tonight.
That's a big one, Nick, and this Mohawks team dominated the Stallions last year at home and away, so for just them to be this close early on to the Mohawks is something in itself that they've got to be proud of. And we look at the standings of where Amsterdam is so far in the league, and their lead has shrunken very mightily. They had a 4-game lead, started things 9-0, but now we're only 1.5 games up.
The Mohawks looked invincible, but the key for me on this screen, each team has either beaten or lost to one of the other 2 teams. For example, the Stallions have beaten the Mohawks and the Lumberjacks of Boonville, but lost to Mohawk Valley. So either way, it could go either way in those standings right now.
And the big thing for the Stallions is if you win here tonight and then win tomorrow, you'll be first in the PGCBL East, because Amsterdam plays an exhibition game tomorrow night that won't count for the standings, and the Stallions host Mohawk Valley, so they could not only get the lead in the East, but get a couple of games of insurance in there as well, which would be clutch for this team.
And they also have a 3-2 lead in the bottom of the 9th against Mohawk Valley next time the Stallions travel down there, so another opportunity to gain a half game on Amsterdam.
Nick, you know what I think is interesting as well is that these 2 teams battled so far and hard last season, but the Stallions, 17 games into last year, were actually up on the Mohawks, and this time it seems like Amsterdam starts with the lead early on, and now the Stallions get to make their push to the top.
It was game number 20 last year for Saugerties when they traveled down to Shuttleworth Park, lost the first place in the standings, and then ultimately Amsterdam didn't relinquish first place all year until they ultimately won the PGCBL.
And 2 players that have been clutch for the Stallions in this run where they've won 6 of the last 7, Dylan Passo and Jamie Z, 2 guys that are incoming freshmen at Notre Dame, but they certainly haven't played like they're incoming freshmen.
Z has been very clutch. Like we said earlier, he has 2 RBI extra base hits in 2 games against Amsterdam. And then Passo last night, 3 hits, 2 RBIs, just all-around domination from these 2 rising freshmen.
They have been awesome to start off this season for Saugerties, and they're going to look to keep it going tonight. And Nick, especially Dylan Passo, he's been batting over 400 in his first 2 games as a Stallion.
He's done a great job. He's played first base every game, and he's finding ways on base to go along with his absolutely great hitting.
On the other side of this break, we'll look at how the Stallions have put together 6 of the last 7 being victories on the Arch Top Fiber pregame show. Chugging along here on the Arch Top Fiber pregame show, Dan Shalom with you, alongside Nick Zuppi. And Nick, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but this Stallions team has been on fire as of late, and it seems like there's no stop in sight for this team.
It's been all hitting so far. In the last 7 games, they're averaging 8.8 runs per game, and they've eclipsed double digits in 4 of those. So you got to look at the offense and saying, you're doing a great job.
You can't ignore the pitchers either. The starters, especially for this team, in the last 6 games have gone at least 4 innings.
They're getting a length, which is the biggest thing. Pitching coach Praxi Vigil said to us earlier in the week, he was like, I want to get length from my starting pitching, and they have done so in a big way.
Our Henry Hipschman dives more into that.
Thanks, guys. The Stallions have really found their footing on the mound this past stretch of games where they've won 6 of the past 7. Now, the starters in those 6 games have all pitched at least 4 innings, 4 of them pitching at least 5 innings, and 4 pitchers in those starts have allowed only 1 earned run. Now, this is a remarkable improvement to the beginning of the year when only one pitcher, Derek Constance, had an outing where he pitched 5 innings. Now, the Stallions, as we progress further into the season, are getting longer opportunities on the mound to demonstrate their abilities. Now, I talked to the pitching coach, Prax Vigis, about this improvement for the team. He said, this is something we've been working towards all season. We're just working towards that first strike, and now the team is only averaging about 5.5 strikeouts in those 6 wins, and he said, it doesn't matter the strikeouts, we're just trying to find outs any way we can. I also asked him how this will help the offense going forward as they have seen improvement in hitting and scoring runs lately. He said this gives our batters an opportunity to get back to the plate quicker. It allows them to develop a rhythm. They don't go cold when they go sit in the field for a long time because we have these very long innings that we can't get out of. Now the Stallions are facing the Amsterdam Mohawks yet again tonight, and they hope to continue this success on the mound on the defensive end. Now we'll throw it to our other reporter, Hannah Tampassis, with a report on the Stallions batting.
Thanks, Henry. I'm here at Cantine Field as the Saugerties Stallions face the Amsterdam Mohawks, and it is undeniable that the Saugerties Stallions have been a battle at the bat. Currently in the PGCBL, the Stallions are in 2nd place in the East Conference, as well in 6th place in the whole entire league. Now, in the top 25 players, we have 3 players ranked within hits. Luis Rodriguez is ranked 9th with 23 hits. Right alongside him is Travis Hobbins-Siefken with 20 hits in 21st place. And then right below him is Justin Ford in 23rd place with 18 hits. Now, last night, the Saugerties Stallions also faced the Mohawks, but away. We put up 12 hits with Dylan Paso with 3 hits and 2 RBIs, and Jamie Z slammed a home run as well as 3 RBIs. Reese Maroney also put up 2 hits for himself, with the team totaling 12 hits. Now, we are currently having 38 hits against the Mohawks, and the Mohawks have 36. So we are currently above the first team in the whole entire conference. Now, hopefully here at Cantine, we can maintain that momentum, keep our hits going, get some more home runs on the board, and hopefully eventually take down the #1 team. This is the Arch Top Fiber, #FastAF, and we will be back after the break.
Back here on the Arch Top Fiber pregame show, Dan Shalom with you, alongside Nick Zuppi. And Nick, always great to hear from Hannah Tampassis and Henry Hipschman, but we got to shift our focus over to the other side of things now with the Amsterdam Mohawks. This is a team that only lost 7 games last year and is struggling out of the gate so far this season. But in the 3 matchups between these 2 teams, things really could have gone either way.
Like you said, they could have gone either way. Both teams are averaging 8 runs per game. Errors are 7 of 5. Walks are both at 7 per game. So like you said, either one of these 3 games could be a win or loss the other way for the other team.
And we've seen the Stallions be 2-0 on the road up at Shuttleworth Park, which is something I thought I would never say. The last win coming into this season for Saugerties up there at Shuttleworth Park was on July 25th of 2023. But Nick, a big thing for me, especially last night, was the fact that the Stallions only let up 2 runs to Amsterdam.
First time this year in a full 9-inning game that the Stallions only used 2 pitchers to get the job done, Ryan Franklin and Matthew Murtaugh. Tremendous job on the mound. Only 2 runs combined. Franklin went 5, Murtaugh went 4. Just all around great performances from the 2 of them.
And I think that's what the Stallions have been waiting for, and it's especially important that they had that length, given that they're in this 6 games and 5-day stretch right now for the squad where they really need their starters to step up all the time.
The starting pitching has been the key factor driving the Stallions to the success. They come into tonight with the #1 team ERA in the PGCBL at just under 4, Dan. So like you said, the pitching staff has been on point.
Time to look around the PGCBL now at the standings. We touched the top 4 earlier on, but the bottom 3, Nick, is where things really get interesting. You look at Glens Falls, a team that's kind of rallying here, and they just knocked off the Stallions as well.
They won 5-4 right here at Cantine Field, and that's a team where if they hit, they win, and when they don't, they don't. So if the Glens Falls Dragons offense can wake up a little bit here down the stretch of the season, look out. The Dragons might get hot.
And Glens Falls also beat Saugerties 5-2 in that doubleheader up at Eastfield the other day, and then you look down the line a little bit more. It's been a rough roll for the Oneonta Outlaws so far this season, sitting at 3-13.
The Outlaws are the only team that have not beaten the Stallions. All other 6 in the Eastern Conference of the PGCBL have beaten Saugerties at one point, so the Stallions have just absolutely dominated them this year.
Shows how competitive the PGCBL has been so far this season, and we're hoping for a tight one here tonight between the Stallions and Mohawks on First Responders Night here at Cantine Field. We're going to honor some of our heroes here locally in Saugerties. First pitch coming up right after this. All right, let's bring it back, yeah. It's a pivotal night here at Cantine Field as the Stallions host the Mohawks, looking for the home-and-home sweep and to be half a game back of Amsterdam. Welcome into the Pack Hub broadcast booth. Dan Shalom with you, alongside Nick Zuppi as we get you ready to go. And Nick, this Stallions team, winners of 6 of their last 7 and a 6-2 victory over Amsterdam last night. Safe to say, they are hot.
They are hot, just like the weather, Dan. It's a blistering day here at Cantine, but the Stallions offense is also on fire. 3 of their last 6 wins have come by more than 5 runs, averaging 8.8 runs per game in these last 6 wins, eclipsing the double-digit mark 4 times in the last 6 wins.
An offense that hasn't been so hot, the Amsterdam Mohawks, and they only plated 2 runs last night off 8 hits, and here's the lineup they're going to trot out tonight. Luke Filippi will stay in the leadoff spot. He was there last night. Then it's Chris Holcraft. Will Cohen moves from 2 to 3. Then you got Ryan Schwartz out there in right. Jaden Harriel. Bray Touchstone, who was in the 6-hole last night, is down there once again. Danny Perez. John Young Jr., who started things off with a bang last time he was here at Cantine. And Alex Jungens, the DH. The arm they'll be going against is Matt Drillings.
Drilling stands 5'10", 170 from Chester, New York. Just completed his sophomore year at SUNY Oswego.
Drillings is in the box. Filippi in the box. Ready to go on a Wednesday night here from Cantine Field. First pitch is fouled back, 4-1. And Nick, this is a Stallions team that early on this season trailed the division by 5. And now they've clawed their way all the way back within 1.5 games. And they just seem like they can't lose right now outside of that one to Glens Falls in the doubleheader.
A win here tonight would give them a good shot to tie Amsterdam up top at first place for the PGCBL Eastern Conference. Remember, folks, Saugerties is leading 3-2 in the bottom of the 9th against Mohawk Valley, so if they close that game out, that's another half game, plus a win here tonight, would lead to a tie atop the PGCBL East.
This is the Mohawks' 20th game. This is the Stallions' 17th game, so they have 3 games in hand to work with on top of already being a game and a half back. These two teams played last night. The story in that one, a 3-run first for Saugerties, coupled with a 3-run home run by Jamie Z in the 7th. This one's put in play to the right side. Passo fields it in foul territory, so the count will stay 1-2. And Nick, for Saugerties last night, everybody hitting. Everybody but Ryan King, the DH, had at least one base knock, which resulted in 12 hits, 6 runs.
The big player was Jamie Z. He had a 3-run homer over the left field fence. It's his second RBI extra base hit in the 7th inning or later against Amsterdam in the only 2 games he's played.
Stallions 2-0 up at Shuttleworth Park this season to start things out. 0-1 here at home. Jeff Ramsdale, the home plate umpire, not giving that one to Drillings, and the count goes to 2-2. Stallions went 0-6 up in Amsterdam last season and are off to a perfect start so far this year up in Amsterdam, looking for that same success here at home. Fell in the first contest between these two teams, that being a 14-9 loss in which Saugerties led 9-8 after the 2nd inning. It's a full count here to Filippi. The pitch. Lined over to second there to make the play is Maroney, and 1 down here in the first. This Amsterdam team has come to a halt offensively. A .277 batting average, which ranks 4th in the PGCBL. But for a team that started 9-0, they have regressed as of late. And it's hard for them to try and spark some momentum going against a Stallions staff that has the best ERA in the entire league, sitting at a 3.99 coming into this game. Holcraft smacks one into center field. Rodriguez there to make the play. 2 quick outs here in the top of the first.
Great job from Drillings not to make his life harder than it has to be. Force Amsterdam to hit their way on base. And 2 balls that were hit hard, but right at guys, lucky for Drillings.
Will Cowan next up here for the Mohawks. He played short last night, out there in left tonight. And Cowan went 1 for 4. So they're looking for a little bit more offensive production. He slides down from the 2-hole to the 3 here tonight at Cantine Field. First Responders Night, Chambers of Commerce Night here at the ballpark. A decent-sized crowd here in attendance to see the Mohawks and Stallions square off for the 4th time this season. Drillings comes set. Here's the pitch. Misses at the bottom of the zone. Jeff Ramsdale has not called the low zone strike so far in this game. We'll see if Drillings switches up the strategy. For Amsterdam, they're not a team that usually struggles. Only 7 losses last year. They've already got 6 and have fallen in 3 of their last 4. This is their worst start in the last 5 years.
A team that's lost 5 of their last 8, taking a step farther. But 4 of those losses were fewer than 3 runs. So they're playing competitive games, just not shaking out how they would like.
The Mohawks, 3-time PGCBL champions, looking for a 4-peat here in the season of 2025, but facing some early adversity. Stallions had to battle back to start off this year. They were sitting with a record of 4-5 at one point in this campaign, and then now have a 10-6 record, a complete transformation early in the season, and that in part, Nick, due to a couple of new additions, which we'll talk about in the bottom of the first, that being Dylan Passo and Jamie Z, both headed to Notre Dame next year.
And both incoming freshmen as well, the two youngest guys on the team, have provided the biggest spark to this Stallions offense just in the extra base category. The two of them have a combined 5 extra base hits already.
And Z with that 3-run homer we mentioned last night. 2-2 pitches, chopped foul. And we'll do it again. Drilling's the 5'10", 170 sophomore. Went to SUNY Oswego this past season. And actually played with the Stallions last year, a 5.73 ERA. Over 7 appearances for him. Hasn't appeared for Saugerties in over a week. The Y and the kick, the pitch. Strike 3, got him swinging. A big 1-2-3 for Drillings to start things off. Stallions coming to bat. Welcome back to Canton Field. Dan Shalom with you alongside Nick Zuppi. Nick, we talked about the struggles for the Mohawks in the top half of the first, and it's been prevalent. Just shows how different the league has been this year. And we talked about it in the Arch Top Fiber pregame show. The top 4 teams in this league have all beaten each other at least once.
Amsterdam has lost to the Stallions, but they've beaten Boonville. Stallions beaten Boonville, lost to Amsterdam and Mohawk Valley, so it's really anybody's race to the number 1 spot.
Rodriguez, Carroll, Maroney, Hobbins-Siefkin, Paso Ford, Z Sanchez, Comiskey, the order for the Stallions. The only change from last night, Ryan King comes out at the DH spot, Logan Sanchez comes into catch, and Carroll moves to designated hitter. Luis Rodriguez at the dish. He's been by far and away the Stallions' best hitter so far this season. And 2 trips ago up at Shuttleworth Park had a 6-for-6 outing for himself.
As a whole, he's just been crushing Amsterdam pitching. 10 for 15, good for a 667 batting average to go along with 2 RBIs and 6 runs scored.
And the arm he's facing is Zach Hernandez, the 6'2", 200 rising junior out of Belmont. 2-0 is in there for strike 1.
Hernandez pitched 4 times this past spring for Belmont. Pitched 15 innings, gave up 20 hits, 18 earned runs, good for a 10.8 ERA.
Made his last appearance in the PGCBL against Oneonta a few days ago. Only pitched 1 inning clean. 2 balls, 1 strike. Misses down low. And at Belmont, he appeared in 10 games this past season, only starting 4. So a guy who can come out of the bullpen or get the nod to go on the bump. It's a 3-1 count here to Rodriguez. He's been the leadoff guy in every game for the Stallions so far this season. The pitch. Grounded up the middle. Going to be a tough play here for Holcraft. He's on the run, throws to first. It's not in time. Rodriguez so speedy, Holcraft had no chance, even though he put a good throw on it.
The reigning PGCBL Player of the Week. Holcraft made a nice play on Rodriguez's hit, but ultimately he's just too fast for Holcraft to get him.
And you know what else Rodriguez is? Speedy. He's definitely going to try and get a stolen base here. He leads the PGCBL in that number with 22.
23, that is, if you include Mohawk Valley. And the crazy part to me is he's only been thrown out one time, but the Stallions offense as a whole loves to steal bases. Along with Rodriguez leading for individual players, they lead as a team with 71.
Cameron Carroll at the dish, the designated hitter tonight. He'll take a first pitch strike on the outside. Carroll last night up in Amsterdam, a 1-for-3 outing for him, a couple of walks, but has really been a guy the Stallions have looked to for lefty power in the top of the lineup. 368 batting average across 5 games so far this year for the Weber International product. Rodriguez faked it going over to second. Corbin, I was thinking of Corbin Carroll. I always get confused between Cameron and Corbin. He tried to lay down the bunt, pops it up foul behind the plate. No balls and 2 strikes. And makes sense that head coach Colin Martin putting the bunt on there, trying to get ahead of these Mohawks early. It's what the Stallions did last game, and they never let up the lead after going up by 3 in the first. No balls, 2 strikes. Hernandez with the waste pitch. 1-2. Stallions hit the crap out of the ball yesterday up at Shuttleworth Park. 12 hits for them. And even though they had 12 hits, still 10 runners left on base, showing that it could have been a lot more.
Something the Stallions have done in each of the first 3 meetings between these two teams, leaving at least 10 guys on in each one.
Rodriguez faked going over to second. He forces the throw down that gets into the outfield, but he stays over there at first. He would have been safe on that throw down from Perez. And Colin Norton, the first base coach, a little bit confused after that one why he didn't go over. Ball dealt to Carroll. It's a 2-2 count. Stallions have a runner on with nobody out here in the bottom of the first. Rodriguez this time will go over. It's a hit and run, and it gets right through the hole. Rodriguez over to third, a perfectly executed play by the Stallions, and they've got first and third here with nobody out.
That's what the Stallions do best. They don't try to make things complicated in the batter's box. They use what the pitching staff of the other team gives them. Fastball on the outside corner. Carroll does exactly what he's supposed to do. Ground ball to the vacated hole over at shortstop. Not trying to do too much. Stallions are only in 7th place in extra base hits in the PGCBL. That's why they've been scoring runs in the past 6 games.
You know another reason why? Sack flies, and they've got a perfect opportunity for number 1 right here in the bottom of the first. Reese Maroney, the man tasked with bringing Rodriguez home from third. Mohawks in a pickle here in the bottom of the first. Hernandez deals a strike. Back-to-back singles for the Stallions to start off this game. And we've seen them go on stretches like this throughout the last few, where they will simply string together singles and plate runs. Carroll's going to take second. The pitch is way high. Rodriguez is going to go home. The Stallions will take that all day. It's 1-0 Ponies here in the bottom of the first.
Saugerties doing what they do best. The Stallions have now scored in the first inning in each of the 4 matchups this season. Last night they plated 3, courtesy of a Dylan Passo 2 RBI single, along with a Justin Ford RBI double. Now the Stallions plate 1 here in the bottom half of the first
inning.
inning.
Nick, that basically is the equivalent of a sac fly right there. Saugerties will take that all day, and they lead 1-0 now off the double steal. Carroll caught stealing. Rodriguez leaded things off with a single off a tough play that Chris Holcraft had to make. Maroney in a 2-1 count. Here's the pitch. Way high and off the backstop. Second 3-1 count of this inning for Zach Hernandez, who's struggling a little bit with the control to start off. Maroney had a nice night for himself against Amsterdam yesterday. 2 for 4, a walk, a run scored. Another guy whose average is sky high through 5 games, sitting at 411. And he'll take a walk here to start off his evening. Stallions with their third base runner of the inning, with Travis Hobbins-Siefken coming to the dish.
Maroney now has reached base in every game he's played for Saugerties except for one. The only one was where he went 0 for 4 against Glens Falls in the first game of the doubleheader. But Maroney, he also has a multi-hit game in each of the games he's played in before this one.
Hobbins-Siefken 1 for 5 against the Mohawks last night. Looking to bounce back here against Hernandez with Maroney at first. He takes a first pitch strike. And Hobbins-Siefken started things off really hot this season, but has since regressed a little bit. But the good news, he's still been tearing it up against Amsterdam. 4 for 12 over 3 games.
And he scored a run in each of the 3 games as well, so if he's getting driven in by the Stallion hitters.
Hernandez missing outside. 1-1 count. 1 out here in the bottom of the first, in which the Stallions have plated 1. Luis Rodriguez stealing 2 bases. Ups his totals to 25 on the season, which is a PGCBL leading mark. One ball, 1 strike. And another pitch there where Hernandez simply isn't finishing and pulling it across the plate.
Most of his breaking balls are landing in that left-handed batter's box. Like you said, he's not really finishing. He's not really following through after on the release.
Two balls, 1 strike. Hobbins-Siefken with some weak contact, a tailor-made double play. 6-4-3, and it gets the Mohawks out of the bottom of the first, but not before the Stallions take the lead. They're up 1-0 as we go to the second. Top of the second here at Canton Field. Dan Shallon with you alongside Nick Zuby. This top of the second brought to you by Jay Mullen & Sons, your trusted contractor in the Hudson Valley for over 30 years. Nick, now these Amsterdam Mohawks, just with 2 runs over the last 10 innings. This is not the baseball we're used to seeing from them.
No, we're used to seeing them string together some hits, These Amsterdam hitters, they're very capable in the box. Most of them drive the baseball. They're 4th in the PGCBL with 5 home runs. So it's only a matter of time before they start to have consistent at-bats and just the lineup just starts to turn over.
Went down 1-2-3 in the first drillings with a clean inning of work, a couple hard-hit line balls, but ended things with the strikeout against Will Cowan. Ryan Schwartz, the right fielder, leads things off for the Mohawks here in the top of the second. And Schwartz batted cleanup last night. Cleanup here once again tonight. 0 for 4 at Shuttleworth Park for him yesterday. And Drillings misses down low, 4-1. But Nick, despite the 0 for 4 last night, he has been one of the best hitters for this Mohawks team by average.
9 for his first 21. Good for 429 batting average for Schwartz.
Pops it up high in the sky to second base. Maroney makes the play. 4 straight retired to start off the game for Matt Drillings.
It was the second inning for Drillings when he pitched against Glens Falls that gave him a little trouble. He gave up the 1 earned run in his 2-inning appearance in the second inning, but off to a good start here with a pop out from Schwartz.
Harriel, the third baseman at the plate now here for the Mohawks. 0 for 2 with the strikeout last night. Trying to find his footing. 280 average, has played in every game for the Mohawks so far this season, but as of late has gone a little bit cold. Stallions have done a nice job so far in the field and from Drillings on the mound. The first 4 for the Mohawks retired in this game. And we got to talk about last night, Nick. The pitching was excellent for this team. Ryan Franklin, 5 innings for him with just 1 run ball. And then after that, you bring on Matt Murdaugh, and he goes 4 innings with just 1 earned run given up as well.
Our Henry Hipchman talked about it in the Archtop Fiber pregame show. Franklin's 5-inning start is now the 6th straight game for the Stallions where they've had a starting pitcher go at least 4. 5 of those, they went 5 innings. Virgil Heath is the lone man who went 4, but even he did very well, only gave up 1 run to the Outlaws.
Heath's scheduled to start tomorrow against Mohawk Valley, and this Stallion staff as a whole sporting the 3.99 ERA, which is first in the PGCBL for a reason. They've been so solid this season, and especially in this last stretch at limiting opposing teams' offenses. 3 balls, 1 strike to Harriel. He takes a strike, and the count goes full.
In this most recent stretch of games where Saugerties has won 6 of 7, the pitching staff is only allowing 4 runs per game. So like you said, Dan, they're off to a blistering stretch.
Drillings comes set at the belt, now deals. Tried to get Harriel to chase down low. Drillings issues his first walk of the game and gives the Mohawks their first base runner here tonight at Canton Field with 1 out in the top of the second. Bray Touchstone, the first baseman at the plate now, and he was 1 for 3 with an RBI yesterday. And if you want to talk about someone who's been really consistent for this team so far at the dish, that is Bray Touchstone.
He's hitting .352, 19 hits in his first 54 at-bats, and he's played in every game but 2, 17 for the Mohawks.
Mohawks sliding. 3 of their last 4 have been losses. That coming away at Utica, and then losing twice at home to Boonville and Saugerties last night. Did have a win in there. That was against Oneonta before they played the Stallions. 1 out. Looped into left field. It's going to get down. Touchstone with the first hit of the ball game for the Mohawks. Both runners will stop at first and second. They've got their first runner in scoring position of this game.
Touchstone had a similar hit last night, but that one scored a run in the bottom of the 6th. 2 games now with back-to-back line drive singles to left field for the...
There it is. I will delay in a second. Here in the top of the second, searching for their first run of the ball game. And that one gets away from Sanchez. Both runners are going to move up 90 feet. So now a dangerous situation here for the Stallions. They've really got to go to work. And Nick, we know how dangerous the backstop is up at Shuttleworth Park. Stallions actually benefited from that in the first game up there in Amsterdam, getting the final out of that game with Sanchez making a play at home. But Drillings not in a spot he really wants to be in here. 3 balls, no strikes, 1 out, 2 runners in scoring position. Here's the pitch. Perez fouls it off. The catcher at the dish, and he was one of the lone bright spots for the Mohawks last night. against the Stallions, 2 for 2, RBI, and 2 walks, reached base in all of his plate appearances.
One of 2 guys in the Amsterdam lineup last night that reached base in all of their plate appearances. The other one was Jake Long, the left fielder, who hit third.
This one's flown out to Rodriguez in center field. He's going to make the throw home. It's not going to be there in time. It's a sac fly here for the Mohawks in the top of the second, but on the slide, Harriel in some visible pain. He cannot get up. It's a 1-1 game. And Harriel still down there. We hope everything is okay with him. Seems like he's pulling at the right wrist, and Nick, my only thought there could be he goes in for the slide on home and it just bends the way it shouldn't.
He did dive head first as well, so he might have hit maybe the ankle or the bottom of the catcher's equipment of Sanchez at home. Like you said, all we can do is speculate. We don't know for sure what he hurt.
But regardless, that sac fly ties the ball game at 1. And really for Drilling's best case scenario there, he's got 2 outs on the board now and just a runner at second.
And now first base is open as well. So John Young will be the next hitter due up for Amsterdam. And last time he played here, Dan, I think that ball might still be traveling that he hit. Grand slam over dead center field here at Cantine. Young put a good swing on that one.
Harriel's going to walk it off. And Keith Griffin signaling to the bench. Harriel's going to have a defensive replacement in the bottom of the second, and we saw a similar thing last night. Peyton Jemison started at third base, got a couple at-bats, and then Harriel came in for him. So you would expect that Jemison will be the one to take over for Harriel at third. The Alabama product, John Young Jr. into the box, and Nick, you can't forget about what John Young Jr. did to the Stallions the first time he was here at Cantine Field. In his first at-bat as a Mohawk, a grand slam, which put Amsterdam up 5-0 at the time. No balls, 1 strike. To the second baseman, Mohawks have plated a run here in the top half of the second to tie things at 1. Drilling's ahead 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs to John Young Jr. Mohawks looking to take their first lead of the ball game and first lead of this 2-game set. They were not ahead at any point in the ball game yesterday at Shuttleworth Park. Drillings forces some weak contact to the right side. Nice play by Maroney. He flips to first in time. Drillings limits the damage here in the top half of the second. Mohawks had runners at second and third. Only 1 comes across to score. We're tied at 1 as we head to the bottom of the second. Bottom of the second, we got a good game on our hands here at Cantine Field. 1-1 after an inning and a half, and Nick, it's kind of been the same thing for both sides. Runner in scoring position, get him across any way possible, sacrifices whatever way you want to do it, and that's how things have worked so far with the Stallions in this inning. Got the bottom of their order coming to bat. got 5, 6, 7.
Paso will lead things off, and he had a big day up at Shuttleworth Park last night. 3 for 5 and 2 RBIs, both of them coming on one swing in the top of the first inning last night.
And the two guys we highlighted in the pregame show set to come to bat here in the bottom of the second, that being Jamie Z and Dylan Paso, two guys who have been on fire over their last few games. Peyton Jemison replaces Harriel over there at third base, and we hope that all is okay with Harriel as he exited this game pulling at his right wrist after coming home to score off the sac fly in the top of the second. Paso fouls the first pitch he sees to the right side for strike one. And Jemison, being a rising sophomore out of UConn, played last night, only got a couple at-bats before being replaced for Harriel. Broken bat for Paso, ball over to second. Young Jr. throws to first for an easy out, number one. Justin Ford was in the order for the Stallions last night. He was in the 5-hole, and tonight he bumps down to 6. But last night had another great outing up there at Shuttleworth Park. 1 for 2, an RBI, or excuse me, 1 for 4 with an RBI, 2 runs scored. But that one being an RBI double in the first. And that plated the first run of the game for the Stallions also.
It then set the table for Paso. Runners around first and second, 4 doubles, moving them to second and third. And then Paso drives both of them in, making it 3-0 Stallions after 1.
Ford down 0-2. Hernandez allowed the first 3 Stallions to reach base in the bottom of the first before Haben Siefken grounded into a 6-4-3 double play to end it off. Ball high and away. Ford has been amazing this season for the Stallions. A .346 batting average over 14, but has struggled against Amsterdam, which is something that we wouldn't have said last year as he tore it up against the Mohawks.
Last year, he had 2 home runs, both of those being at Shuttleworth Park in 11 games. Versus Amsterdam last year, he also drove in 7 runs as well. So he's provided the Stallions with power against Amsterdam before, and he even did so last night, driving in 1 on a double.
Hernandez deals. Ford takes it on the outside, and he works back from 0-2, and the count now goes full. Each team with a run, 3-2, 1 out in the bottom half of the second between the Mohawks and Stallions. Saugerties chasing the East a game and a half back. The payoff. Fastball down the middle for strike 3. A big K for Zach Hernandez, his first of the day, and there's 2 down here in the bottom of the second.
Ford struggles continue against Amsterdam, hitting just 153 through the first 3 games, but he's hitting .410 against all other 6 teams in the PGCBL.
Jamie Z had a 3-run home run last night against the Mohawks, which provided the Stallions with some valuable insurance. They led things 3-1 going into that 7th, and then Z with a 3-run bomb blew the game wide open and aided the Stallions to victory, 6-2 the final. The 0-1. Z chases it down low, and he's quickly down. No balls, 2 strikes.
Unlike Ford, Z has actually crushed Amsterdam pitching in the 2 games. He's hitting .400 versus the Mohawks, but .238 versus every other team in the PGCBL.
Pretty good, if you ask me. Hernandez set at the belt. Now deals. Z gets a piece. He stays alive. Nick, this is a totally different game here at Cantine Field. Last time these two teams played here in Saugerties, the score was 9-8 after 2, and it's seeming like things will sit at 1-1 after 2 innings this time around.
Amsterdam put up a 5 spot in the first inning, and then Stallions answered with a 6 spot. Just an all-around crazy game a couple of weeks ago.
Z loops it on the right side. It's foul. Still no balls and 2 strikes. Logan Sanchez on deck. Casey Comiskey in the hole for Saugerties in the bottom of the second. Stallions riding a streak of 6 of their last 7 being victories. And the most impressive, the 2-0 start up there at Shuttleworth Park. Went 0-6 at Amsterdam last season. 0-2. Misses away, and most of Hernandez's misses in this game have come in that left-handed batter's box to these righties hitters.
And it's been all breaking balls as well. You can see he's not really finishing on the release. He's not following through the real flick of the wrist that he would really like to have.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Z puts some weak contact to the left side. Holcraft fields, throws across the diamond. It's in time. Z nearly beat it out. Got a weird read over there at first base. Seemed like his front foot didn't touch entirely on the first step he took. After 2 innings here at Cantine Field, totally different ball game. Not 9-8 this time. We're tied at 1 heading to the 3rd. Top of the 3rd here at Cantine Field, and it's first responders night at the ballpark. Hannah Tampassis, our sideline reporter, is with one of our great heroes. And Hannah, what do you got?
Now here tonight at Cantine Field is First Responders Night, where we honor and celebrate our first responders. Who do I have here with me today?
Everett Erickson.
And what is your job as a first responder?
I'm the Director of Emergency Services for Ulster County.
And how does it feel to protect and serve your community?
I mean, it's a great satisfaction. I mean, I enjoy working with all the first responder agencies throughout the county, fire, police, and EMS. You know, seeing them succeed, seeing them being able to provide the protection needed in the community. As a past volunteer firefighter, as a law enforcement officer, you know, working with the community members, it's really a great satisfaction. And so it's really enjoyable.
Amazing. And finally, what would you tell little kids that dream of being a first responder, a cop, a firefighter? What would you say to accomplish their dreams?
I mean, I think it's great. I mean, I'm starting off, I remember, you know, playing with fire trucks, you know, ambulances, the police cars. You know, stop by the firehouse, stop in and see the police officers. They're always eager to, you know, give a tour of the firehouse, show them the police cars, let them play with the lights, you know, even with ambulances. So take that opportunity on those open houses to stop in and say hi.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you for everything you do, and enjoy the rest of the game. Back to you guys.
Hannah, thanks so much. Always great when we have some of our first responders here at the ballpark. And Nick, always great to honor everyone who serves. And Montreal Christian on in relief of Matt Drillings.
This is Christian's 5th appearance for the Stallions here in the summer of 2025. The last one was June 20th against the Outlaws up at Damaski Field in Oneonta. He threw 2 innings, gave up 2 earned runs on 2 hits to go along with 3 strikeouts.
And Christian is in the portal looking for a new home next season. Another athlete that you can find through Packham. First batter he faces here being Alex Jungens, popped up in foul territory on the third base side, and Casey Comiskey comes down with the grab for out number 1. Final line for Drillings, 2 innings pitched, just a hit given up, and 1 earned run. It was a solid start from him.
2 innings pitched for Drillings ends the streak of Stallion starters going at least 4 innings. Virgil Heath went 4. Every other starter went 5, including last night's Ryan Franklin, the left-hander from Weber International, gave up only 1 earned over 5. But Drillings had a solid 2 innings pitched tonight.
Top of the order here for the Mohawks, Luke Filippi at the dish. He started this game with a hard liner over to Maroney at second base. He takes a first pitch strike from Christian Jr. Filippi lays down the bunt, and nobody is there to field it. Comiskey's not going to have a shot. Nobody was ready for that one. And it's the first single of the game for Luke Filippi off the bunt.
Filippi does such a great job of setting the table for the Amsterdam hitters hitting behind him. He's been the leadoff hitter in all 19 games, but despite him hitting 176 coming into this one, he leads the PGCBL in walks with 25 and is top 10 in runs with 21.
Chris Holdcraft had a hard hit ball into center field to Luis Rodriguez in the top half of the first. Amsterdam went down 1-2-3 in the first inning, but since then I've had at least more than the minimum over the last 2 innings. Christian Jr. gives a check over on first on Filippi. Christian Jr., one of 2 Georgia State pitchers on this team, the other being Virgil Heath, who is set to start tomorrow night against Mohawk Valley. This game, the start of a 4-game homestand for the Stallions after they played their last 5 of 6 on the road. And so far this season, being here at Cantine Field has treated Saugerties a lot better than being on the road. 5-2 here at home and 5-4 away from home. Going into last night, they weren't even 500. It's just the second time this year that they have been over 500 on the road. Filippi goes to second. Here's the throw down from Sanchez. It's there in time, but the tag not applied fast enough from Maroney. It's a stolen base from Filippi, and now it's the 3rd runner in scoring position in this game for the Mohawks.
8th stolen base for Filippi here in his first 20 games in the PGCBL as an Amsterdam Mohawk. Got a great jump on Christian.
And it was a sharp snap throw down to second from Sanchez. Christian's wind up just a little bit long, which gave Filippi an extra second. Holcraft finds himself in a 1-2 count.
The Stallions pitching staff as a whole has done a very nice job of limiting opposing teams to stolen bases. They have allowed the fewest in the PGCBL this summer, only 38 through the team's first 16 games.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out here in the top of the 3rd with Filippi at second. Here's a pitch. Weak fly ball into right field. Haben Siefkin coming in on it. He makes the play. No tag from Filippi. 2 down here in the top of the 3rd. Just what you want to see from Montreal Christian Jr.
We've seen Christian struggle with command sometimes, especially there was one against the Outlaws where he did not allow a run, but 2 walks to go along with 3 strikeouts. But here he's doing a nice job of pounding the zone tonight, especially with his 4-seam fastball, which is his best pitch.
Will Cowan, the only Amsterdam batter to strike out in this game. That was to end the top half of the first. Looking to give their Mohawks the first lead over this 2-game set with the Stallions. Saugerties went up 3-0 last night and never looked back, limiting the Mohawks to just 2 in 9. And that's just the second time this season that the Mohawks have put up 2 runs or fewer. No ball, 1 strike to Cowan. Takes it down low, and so far in this game, Sanchez has been sharp. Only 1 ball getting away from him to the right side, but nothing past him to the backstop. Wild pitches were a problem a little bit last night for the Stallions. They had 4, but that didn't come back to bite them. 1 ball, 1 strike in the top of the third. Montrell Christian Jr. pounding the bottom of the zone, and he's now 1 strike away from stranding Filippi over at second.
Leaving runners on base has been a problem for really both of these teams through the first 3 meetings. Both teams averaging double digits in leaving runners on base.
Christian Jr. deals. Tried to get Cowan to fish down low, and he knew it immediately after he threw it. Taps his heart, realizes his mistake to Sanchez, and regroups for the 2-2.
But you were talking about Sanchez behind the dish. There he makes a nice backhanded pick with the catcher's glove behind home plate, keeping Filippi at second.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner at second here in the top of the third. The pitch. Christian Jr. tried to go with the off speed. He misses at the top of the zone, and the count goes full. Box score is equal for these 2 teams through just about 2.5 innings, a run apiece, and 2 hits. Christian Jr. shaking off the signs, now gets something he likes. And Jeff Ramsdale just giving time to Cowan. Playing a little bit of mind games here with Christian Jr. The payoff. Misses down low in the dirt, but Sanchez with a nice job to block it and not let Filippi move up and a walk. Not the worst thing in the world here with first base already being open. Now runners at first and second with 2 outs. First walk issued in this game by Christian Jr., second by the Stallions overall as a staff. And Ryan Schwartz, the right fielder, will be up next. And Schwartz popped out over to Maroney at second base to start last inning. Looking to spark a struggling Mohawks offense. He clubs one into right field. Haben Siefken is going to field it on the grass. The throw is not going to be in time. Mohawks have the first lead of this ball game. It's 2-1. Nick, we've talked about how effective the Stallions have been doing it, but 2-out hitting here for the Mohawks coming up clutch for their first lead of the ballgame.
Ryan Schwartz does a nice job of just getting enough on the swing. First pitch swinging, went up there being aggressive and just gets enough on it to bleed it into right field and pick himself up another RBI, that being his 3rd this summer.
Peyton Jemison, his first plate appearance of the game after he came in for the injured Jaden Harriel, who left the game after he slid home on a sac fly and was pulling at his right wrist. Keith Griffin pulling him from the ballgame. Montrell Christian Jr. looking to work out of this top of the third where he's led across 1. Mohawks only scored 2 runs all of yesterday's game. Ball is poked down the left field line, just foul. And Christian Jr. relieved right there that ball wasn't in play. That very well could have scored 2.
That had extra bases written all over it. Schwartz over there at first has good speed, so like you said, definitely could have scored 2 down the line.
Mohawks scored both of their runs in the first 6 innings of the ballgame. In the first and the 6th, both 1-run innings. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runners at first and second, 1 across for the Mohawks. The pitch. Christian Jr. keeps missing with the off-speed at the top of the zone, and Nick, at least for me, I feel like he's got to go back to his bread and butter in the fastball.
The fastball is his best pitch. He loves darting it on the outside corner to right-handed hitters, so he tries to tunnel it off the breaking ball, but like you said, it's just missing up and away.
Nearly had Jemison that time, but he stays alive, gets a piece. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Stallions with a 2-1 record against the Mohawks to start things here in 2025. It was the same case last year against the Mohawks, but both wins coming at home versus on the road this season. 1-2. Misses inside, and Christian having to work for this final out here in the top of the 3rd. Cowan at second, Schwartz at first. 2-2, strike 3, he got him swinging. Christian Jr. gets out of the jam. 1 run comes across here for the Mohawks in the top of the 3rd off 2 hits. We head to the bottom of the 3rd, Amsterdam up for the first time today. Bottom half of the 3rd, Stallions trailing for the first time this evening, 2-1. Had a 1-0 lead in the first, but since then the offense has gone cold, and the Mohawks have put up runs in back-to-back innings. Logan Sanchez, Casey Comiskey, and Luis Rodriguez looking to turn things around here in the bottom of the 3rd.
Trailing to Amsterdam is something that the Stallions are actually familiar with through the first 3 matchups, and now 4 if you include tonight. At some point or another during those games, the Stallions were trailing last night.
Zach Hernandez is still on the bump for the Mohawks. He's thrown 32 pitches here tonight. The Stallions pulled Matt Drilligs after 2 innings of work where he only let up 1 run. Logan Sanchez coming to the plate for Saugerties, and Nick Logan has really been one of the hottest hitters on this entire lineup for Saugerties. He has been mashing for this squad as of late.
Through 9 games played, he has 10 RBIs, which places him at 3rd on the team. 8 coming against the 3 games against the Outlaws alone. But Sanchez has been a consistent bat behind the dish as well.
This is Sanchez's first game in a couple. Had off in the second game of the doubleheader and did not feature last night against Amsterdam. Hernandez misses outside 4-1. The Stallions plating their lone run in this game off back-to-back singles. Reese Maroney walked, and then a double steal in which Cameron Carroll was tagged out at second, but Luis Rodriguez scored for the first run of the game. Sanchez with a big cut and a miss. He's down 1-2. the 6'2", 195 rising sophomore. Looking to aid the Stallions. Don't have a hit since the first. Just taking his time. Hernandez shakes off the sign, now comes set. Misses down low. 4-2, and Nick, I wish we could give our viewers an angle of this right now, but it seems like the Mohawks dugout is posing for a team photo the way that they're organized over there. All their players are lined up behind the coaching staff, and then everyone else is sitting. 2-2 misses down low, and the count goes full.
Not one person on this Amsterdam bench is even in the dugout. Like you said, they're all panned as if they're taking a photo. This is something you don't see every day.
Staying on their toes, ready to go into this game at any moment possible. There's nobody sitting on the bench for Amsterdam that we can see. The payoff. Chop to the left side. Jemison fields it in foul territory, throws to first. But the play is called foul, and with that foul, we'll give you a quick look at the Mohawks over there. And you can see them. They're all standing up. They should get a photographer over there. Maybe take that team photo. And their photographer is standing right to the left of the whole team. Maybe he should just skirt out after this pitch and snap that photo. That's something I really have never seen before. Everybody's standing up, no sitting for the Mohawks. Still a full count here to Sanchez. Payoff. Chops it. This time back over to Jemison. He throws to first just in time for out number one. After a long-winded battle, Hernandez gets the first out here in the bottom of the third.
Hernandez wins that war. 9 pitches from Hernandez to Sanchez, including 2 of them being foul balls. Logan doing everything he can to stay alive, but ultimately hitting a ground ball to third.
Casey Comiskey at the plate. The third baseman tonight, he's a guy who's gotten off the schneid in his last couple of games, was 2 for 25, headed into that second game up there at Glens Falls, finally broke out of it with an RBI double and had a hit last night against the Mohawks. No balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. And Kaminsky, a Seton Hall guy on this team, along with Steve Svensson, Justin Ford, those being the others. Gabe Cavazzoni was on this team early in the season. He was the 4th Seton Hall player before he went home for the summertime. 1-1. Misses down low. No movement out there in the Mohawks bullpen. Hernandez sticking out here in the bottom of the third. And Hernandez has retired 5 straight, starting with that Hobbins-Siefken 6-4-3 double play. Comiskey gets a piece. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And in those last 5 hitters, 4 of them have been by way of the ground ball. The other was when Hernandez struck out Ford looking in the second.
The 2-2 to number 33. Another hack for Comiskey where he just gets a piece of it. And Nick, we've watched him go through that slump. It just seems like just missing the baseball.
When he had the RBI double against Glens Falls in Game 2, we saw the whole dugout stand up and cheer on their teammate. This is a guy who desperately needed that, and it's going to get them going for the rest of the summer.
Stallions are certainly hoping so, looking for some more out of their number 9 hole guy. Hips a ball through the gap between short and third. 3 straight games with a hit for Casey Comiskey, and the Stallions have their first base runner since the first.
After the 2 for 26 stretch, Comiskey is now 3 for his last 7. So the Seton Hall product, I don't know, Dan, look out. Comiskey might be starting to catch a little fire here.
Stallions are very happy about that. Luis Rodriguez, a man who has been on fire consistently at the plate now, and he started this game with a single. Came around to score and represents the Stallions' only run of this game. Comiskey goes over to second. Here's the throw down. On a hop, goes out of the glove of Holcraft, and it's a stolen base for Comiskey.
His 5th stolen base of the season, and already the 2nd one for the Stallions here tonight.
First runner in scoring position for the Stallions since Luis Rodriguez in the 1st inning. Stallions surely hoping that Luis can bring home the 2nd run of this game and tie things at 2. Has himself in an 0-1 count. And Comiskey right there, he got a nice jump and was a little bit lucky to have that ball fall out of Holcraft's glove.
The ball actually beat him at second base. Perez made another great throw. We saw him gun down Cameron Carroll back in the 1st inning. That ultimately led to the only Stallions run. But Perez behind the dish for Amsterdam. 2 nice throws to start things off here in this one.
No balls, 2 strikes. Comiskey at second. The pitch. Rodriguez does go around. 4 strike 3. A big K for Hernandez on the Saugerties leadoff man. And there's 2 down here for Cameron Carroll.
And Rodriguez has the fewest amount of strikeouts on the Stallions, even though he's played the most games, that being his only 6th punch-out of the season through the team's first 16 and a half games.
And you rarely see that, especially for a guy like Lewis, who loves to put the ball in play or work the walk. Luckily for the Stallions, they got Cameron Carroll at the dish, another guy who can do the job. Takes it at the bottom of the zone for ball 1. Stallions plating their only run in the 1st. Looking for the tying one here in the 3rd. Back-to-back balls from Hernandez. And now Carroll's got himself in a hitter's count.
Carroll has been hitting this summer for the Stallions in 5 games. He's hitting .368, 7 for 19, now 8 for 20 with a single in the 1st.
4 RBIs as well, searching for number 5 here in the bottom of the 3rd. Hernandez deals, finds the zone for strike 1. Carroll not totally agreeing with it. The strong lefty from Weber International, playing under head coach Colin Martin. Spending his summer here in Saugerties. He is the only Weber player to be up here so far this year. The Stallions last year, they have 3. Two balls, 1 strike. Carroll cracks the ball just foul. Looking at himself, knowing that that one could have been the tying run.
Carroll does have power to the gaps. He had a double here at Cantine when they played the Outlaws in a 14-1 win over Oneonta.
And the right fielder, Schwartz, shaded heavily into center. And Carroll realizing that he was trying to let that pitch sit in the zone and smack it into right field. It is wide open out there right now.
A ground ball down the first base line might be a triple with Carroll's speed, with Schwartz playing all the way in right center.
And we can see just how empty it is out there in right field right now with Carroll trying to punch one down there. The 2-2 misses high and away, and now a full count for Cameron Carroll to work with. Stallions trailing 2-1 here in the bottom of the third. Back-to-back innings for a run for the Mohawks. The payoff. Carroll loops it down that right field line. And Nick, I'll tell you one thing. If that was in play, that would have been a tough play for Schwartz.
You're looking at a triple from Carroll if that ball does land fair. Schwartz has a long way to go, playing in right center gap to cover ground to the foul line.
And Schwartz shading over a little bit more into right field, but still a lot of room out there in right. Mohawks trying to play to Carroll, as he is the lefty, the tendency to pull the ball. Three-two offering. Rung him up for strike three. And Carroll does not agree with that one. We're going to give you another look at it here before we head to the break. And, Nick, that one seemed like a matter of inches on the corner.
Carroll thought he had ball four, saw him look back at the home plate umpire, Jeff Ramsdale, but he ultimately rung him up for strike three on the beautiful backdoor breaking ball from Hernandez.
Back-to-back strikeouts stand off the bottom of the third for Zach Hernandez. Gives the Mohawks a 2-1 lead heading into the fourth. Nick Zuppi will have you on play-by-play when we come back.
Welcome back, folks. Nick Zuppi alongside Dan Shalom. Top of the fourth, presented to you by Saugerties Dutchman, a community-based youth baseball program that provides competitive and development-focused teams for kids ages 2-16. Stallions trailing 2-1. Both teams have 3 hits. Montreal Christian Jr. in for his second inning of work. In the third, he gave up 1 run on 2 hits, but left 2 runners on base when he struck out Peyton Jemison, who was actually came in to replace Jaden Harriel. And our sideline reporter, Henry Hipschman, has an injury report on Harriel. Henry, what do you got?
Well, Harriel just seemed to slide awkwardly at home, going hand first. He seemed to maybe have caught his hand in the ground. Now, I talked to trainers. They couldn't give me an exact report on the condition of his hand, but he was icing his right hand, and they did have to place a splint on one of his fingers.
Thank you so much, Henry, for that. Harriel, a guy who played last night for Amsterdam, went 0 for 2, but Jemison also played last night. They both went 0 for 2.
Definitely something to monitor as this game goes on. And we see Keith Griffin now on the sideline, as we need a trainer over in right field. Not exactly sure what's going on over there, but that's the delay on the field right now. The Mohawks team photographer is over there on the foul side.
Montreal Christian Jr. was ready to roll. Both teams were ready, and we apologize for the delay. Obviously, Dan, we have to assume the best case scenario here, which would result in nobody being seriously injured.
And head coach Colin Martin is now meeting with the umpires, and Keith Griffin going to meet him now as well. just wondering what's going on here. And it's not like if something off the field is happening, it should delay what's happening on the field, but obviously we want the best for everybody involved and hope everybody's okay, but not usually something that you see happen.
In the meantime, let's give a game recap here. Mohawks winning 2-1 through the first 3 innings. They were held scoreless in the first frame. Stallions answered, taking a 1-1 lead after that. Luis Rodriguez came around to score from third base when Cameron Carroll was picked off at second base. And then in the second inning, Amsterdam responded, tying the game at 1 with a sac fly from catcher Danny Perez. Ultimately, in the top of the third, Amsterdam took the lead 2-1 off an RBI single from right fielder Ryan Schwartz. In the bottom of the third, Stallions went 1-2-3-4, stranded Casey Comiskey at second base. That's where we are, Dan. 2-1, Mohawks leading. Both teams have 3 hits and no errors through the first 3 innings.
And you can see owner Kevin Hinchy out there in the outfield for the Stallions. We're going to step aside here as things get sorted. We will be back after this brief delay here at Cantine Field. Yeah, come on. An emergency vehicle has pulled up here at Cantine Field over on the right side of things. Owner Kevin Hinchy, head coach Colin Martin, Joe Lasapanera Sr., all talking things over there, and we're hoping that everything is okay. It's obviously something serious going on here at Cantine Field to delay this game, but we hope all is solved quickly. And in that time, Nick, we're going to take a look at our standings here in the PGCBL. Mohawks at top right now. They're standing at 13-6, but the Stallions are only a game and a half back.
They have a real opportunity to make up some serious ground last night with a win over Amsterdam. They're obviously playing here tonight, and then the Stallions lead 3-2 in the bottom of the ninth against Mohawk Valley, so another opportunity to pick up a half game on Amsterdam as well.
And you look up and down the line, and the top 4 of this league, they've all beaten each other. So it's really been anybody's title so far in the East Division, and this, by far and away, not over. We have a long way to go.
And all 4 of these teams as well has played different baseball. Amsterdam got hot. They won 9 in a row, but they've lost 5 of their last 8. Stallions lost 4 of 5, but they've won 6 of their last 7. And Boonville mercied Amsterdam 13-3 up at Shuttleworth Park, but then was mercied by Saugerties by that very score here at Cantine. So it's really anybody's game between the Mohawks, the Stallions, the Lumberjacks, and the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dogs.
Things can really go any which way. Oneonta struggling at the bottom of the things. 3-13 for them. Glens Falls 7-11. Utica 6-9, and those three collectively are 5 games or more behind the Mohawks, and this being a pivotal stretch coming up for the Stallions. If they win here tonight, they'll be within half a game, and then tomorrow against Mohawk Valley have a chance to cushion the lead and take over in the PGCBL East. And we take a look now at the 4 in the race, and you can see the Stallions up there. The Diamond Dogs are hungry, they're coming, and same thing with Boonville.
Each team has beaten each other, something we were just talking about, which is the biggest thing in my opinion. No team is the clear runaway favorite. Every team is capable of losing to one another, but also with that, every team is capable of beating one another. So we're 17 games in here for the Stallions, and they have a real shot to claim the top spot in the PGCBL East, something at this point last season they were leading the PGCBL East.
And an ambulance has shown up here at Cantine Field. You can still see some of the coaches, owner Kevin Hinchy, umpire Joe Lasapanera Sr. And what I'm piecing together right now is it seems like the Amsterdam Mohawks team photographer is missing over there in their dugout. That, for me, could probably be the only thing that would prompt this much of a delay, is if one of the Stallions or Mohawks players or staff were in serious injury and needed medical attention. And we can see now some first responders here on First Responders Night, ironically, coming to the ballpark to help things out, and we're waiting to see who's getting into the ambulance, and hopefully they're fully okay and we can resume baseball here at Cantine Field. We probably had an over 10-minute delay now since this started, and we do see Mohawk staff helping someone into the ambulance, so you would assume that it's someone from the Mohawks organization that is in the ambulance, and we hope that they are okay, as we have caused a big delay. Head coach Colin Martin stepping back onto the field now, and we are going to resume things here at Cantine Field, and we have gotten word that everybody involved seems to be okay, and more medical attention will be given to that person. Keith Griffith and Colin Martin still talking things over on the sidelines, and now they will go back to their respective dugouts as Montreal Christian starts throwing some warm-up pitches. Seems like we're going to get back on track here in a little bit at Cantine Field, and we hope that anyone and everyone that's associated with that medical emergency is okay.
Christian getting loose for his second inning of work, and Dan, I echo everything you just said. We hope nothing but the best for that person and everybody that was involved in that medical emergency. But getting back to this one, Montreal Christian is in his second inning out of the Dallas Hot Wieners bullpen. Matt Drilling started things on the mound for the Stallions. He went 2 innings, gave up 1 hit, 1 earned run to go with 1 walk and 1 strikeout. Will Cowan was the lone Amsterdam that Drillings K'd. Christian in the top of the third allowed 1 run on 2 hits, but left 2 runners stranded when he struck out Peyton Jemison in the top of the third to end things. Top of the fourth, presented to you by Saugerties Dutchman. 2-1 Amsterdam Christians. First pitch is line to left field. Ford going back on it. He's on the warning track now. At the wall, makes the running play at the fence. Left fielder Justin Ford had to run a mile to catch that one. 1 pitch and 1 out for Christian here in the top of the fourth.
Well, Nick, Christian's got to be kissing his lucky stars there, because that ball was probably 5 feet short of clearing the wall. Justin Ford doing a nice job being aware of his surroundings out there in left field to make the play. Allowed out number 1 for Christian here in the 4th.
Bray Touchstone was the latest Mohawk to hit that. He had 1 home run earlier in this year. That would have been number 2 and the 8th for Amsterdam as a whole. They sit in 3rd in the PGCBL in home runs with 7. First pitch to Perez is a swing and a miss, strike 1. Christian, he is a guy who relies on his defense along with commanding the zone with the 4-seam fastball. He had 1 strikeout in the 3rd, a fly out, and 2 flyouts in that inning as well. Pitch misses low, ball 1.
A strange feeling here at Cantine Field after that delay. Obviously, we hope that everyone is okay, but seems like baseball is still not the most important thing on everyone's mind in the top of the 4th.
The ambulance has yet to leave. So like we said a couple minutes ago, we hope everything is okay and situated for the most part for baseball to resume. But like you said, that is not the most important thing going on here at Cantine as Christian fires in strike 2 on Perez.
And we'll give you any more information as we get it on that situation, obviously hoping that everyone is okay over there on the 3rd base side.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Christian fires. Perez fouls that one back to the home plate netting. 2 balls and 2 strikes. We'll do it again. Perez, last time these 2 teams played last night, he was 2 for 2. He drove in a run in the 1st on a walk when the bases were loaded. Ryan Franklin then K'd the next guy to get out of things. He also had 2 walks to go along with 2 hits. The 2-2 pitch on the outside corner just misses the zone. Home plate umpire Jeff Remsdale just thought missed the outside corner. Now count goes full. 3rd hitter of Amsterdam that Christian has had a full count against this thus far this game.
And this entire Saugerties dugout thought that was strike 3. Jeff Ramsdale not giving it at the top of the zone.
The payoff. Misses the zone, ball 4. Christian again wanted that one as a strike. He thought that landed. But Perez will be aboard. 1 out base runner for Amsterdam. He's on base for the first time. He had the sac fly in the 2nd inning that scored Peyton Jemison to tied things at 1. Following Perez is John Young Jr., a guy last night who went 0 for 4 up at Shuttleworth Park.
That's back-to-back pitches for Christian Jr. in that at-bat where he thought he had strike 3. Went back to the same exact spot there. Ramsdale wouldn't give it to him.
First pitch to Young is fly to right field. Habensiefken going back on it, now coming in on it. In the right center gap, makes the play for the 2nd out here in the top of the 4th. John Young now 0 for 2 to go along with a ground out to 2nd.
And Nick, I think the craziest part about both of those is that those would both be home runs at Shuttleworth Park from Touchstone, the fly out to left, and John Young Jr.'s to right. 280 down the left and right field lines at Shuttleworth Park.
But in the gaps here at Cantine, it's 360, so almost 100 feet farther here at Cantine, something that Amsterdam hitters have to get used to playing on the road compared to at home. Alex Jungens, the number 9 hitter in the Amsterdam lineup, takes strike 1 from Christian. Christian now has worked ahead of every single hitter he's faced in the inning, but 2 of those guys hit the first pitch in play. The 0-1 pitch is outside, ball 1 on Juggins. Last night, he was 0 for 2 with a walk in the 6-2 loss at Shuttleworth Park for Amsterdam to the Stallions last night. There is action in the Amsterdam bullpen. Christian misses the zone, 2 balls and 1 strike now. Hernandez has been good for Amsterdam, only allowed 1 run through the first 3 innings on 3 hits. He stranded a runner on base in the 3rd inning. That was Casey Comiskey that reached 2nd, but he got back-to-back strikeouts of Rodriguez and Carroll to end things. Christian misses high up and in on Jungens. 3 balls and 1 strike now. And Dan, Christian's fastball has been kind of erratic here to start things off.
He hasn't been his sharpest, and the off-speed hasn't been his best either. He's tried to pound the top of the zone, but Jeff Ramsdale just hasn't been giving it to him. He's got to go low.
Christian standing 6'3", 259 out on the mound. Uses that big power fastball there. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Perez will be away from first base here with a full count and 2 outs.
Christian needs this one here. Put up a 0. Back-to-back innings with a run for the Mohawks.
Perez goes. The payoff is once again upstairs. 2 walks in the inning from Christian. Sets up the top of the order. Luke Filippi coming up. He is 1 for 2 in this one. Dropped down a bunt single in the 3rd and came around to score the go-ahead run in that inning as well.
No action in that Stallions bullpen, Nick. This the same exact situation Christian Jr. found himself in last inning. 1st and 2nd, 2 outs in the inning, and he would end up giving up an RBI single to Ryan Schwartz.
The middle innings have been friendly for Amsterdam in these 3 matchups between the Stallions and Amsterdam, but Z snags the 2-hop ground ball to shortstop, steps on second, and that will end the threat. Montrell Christian Jr. has a runner in second base, but ultimately gets out of it with a ground ball too short. We're going to the bottom half of the 4th. Stallions trailing 2-1 with 3-4-5 coming up in their lineup when we come back. Welcome back, folks. Nick Zuppi alongside Dan Shalom. Bottom of the 4th inning, brought to you by Saugerties Dutchman. Stallions trailing 2-1 to the Amsterdam Mohawks. Both teams have 3 hits through the first 4.5 innings. Stallions only have mustered 3 against starting pitcher Zach Hernandez, who ended the bottom of the 3rd with back-to-back strikeouts of Rodriguez and Carroll. That brings up Reese Maroney to lead things off here in the top of the 4th inning against Hernandez.
Nick, now's the time for the Stallions to get some hits. Ended last inning with back-to-back strikeouts on Rodriguez and Carroll. You know Hernandez is near the end of his outing. So get a couple of walks, get a couple of hits here with 2, 3, 4, and knock him out of the game.
There is action in the Amsterdam bullpen. A right-hander is throwing. So head coach for the Amsterdam Mohawks, Keith Griffin, might have Hernandez on a short leash here in the bottom of the 4th, this being his longest outing of the summer in the PGCBL. He's facing Reese Maroney to lead things off. Maroney walked back in the 1st inning, one of 3 consecutive Stallion hitters to reach base before Haben Siefken grounded into a 6-4-3 double play that ended the threat in the 1st. Since then, the Stallions haven't really had much action, only 1 hit in the past 2 innings. Hernandez set out the belt. Slide steps to home. Maroney lines this one down the left field line. It is a foul ball, inches away from being extra bases, and that would have been Maroney's 2nd extra base hit of the summer. He had a double against the Oneonta Outlaws up at Damaski Field 3 games ago.
Oh, Nick, that one just missed, and from my angle, I thought it was fair for a second. That one really was a matter of inches right there on the line, and Maroney's got to go back into the box, but that would have been a double.
Last night against Amsterdam, Maroney was 2 for 4, a run scored and a walk to go along with a strikeout. He's played in 5 games if you include Mohawk Valley, and 4 of those he's had multi-hits in all of them. The 1-1 pitch. Upstairs, 2 balls and 2 strikes on Maroney.
And you can see Keith Griffin is ready to go in that dugout if Hernandez gets into trouble here in the fourth.
Still nobody on the Amsterdam bench in that dugout. We saw a couple innings ago where they were almost posing for a team photo, it appeared. Maroney dribbles this one down the third base line, foul. 2 balls and 2 strikes now on the second baseman.
Stallions also have an arm getting going in that pen, and it's looking like Daniel Mochio getting warm.
Mochio pitched against Glens Falls a couple of games ago in a 14-5 win here at Cantine Field against the Dragons, warming up in relief of Montrell Christian. The 2-2 pitch just misses inside. 3 balls now and 2 strikes on the leadoff hitter Maroney, and Dan Hernandez really wanted that one. You saw him starting the strikeout strut. Ultimately misses the zone. Count is now full.
Imperative here for Maroney to get on base for the Stallions.
The payoff. Up and in, ball 4. Reese Maroney draws his second walk of the game. And now the second time in this one the Stallions have had the leadoff runner on. The only time was when Luis Rodriguez hit a single back in the first inning. Travis Hobbensifka now at the dish for the Stallions. He is third on the team in batting average, second if you don't include Reese Maroney. He's hitting .351, 20 for 57 coming into tonight, 20 for 58 now after the 6-4-3 double play in the first. He's batting with Maroney over at first, who is a stolen base threat. There he goes away from first. Fastball is out of the zone. Throw from Perez goes into the outfield. Reese Maroney is now standing on second base. And the Stallions have a runner in scoring position with nobody out, something they haven't had since the first inning.
And Nick, that fastball was so high in the zone. You couldn't have asked for a better pitch for Perez to throw down on. Maroney just got such a good jump on it that he beat it there.
Perez gunned down Cameron Carroll in the first. Stallions are now 2 for 3 on stolen bases here tonight. That's the third stolen base for Maroney this summer for Saugerties. Hobbensifka now in a 1-0 count after Hernandez missed on the fastball. Swing and a miss. Strike one, foul tipped out of the catcher Perez's glove. Hobbensifka has been doing a nice job of producing runs for the Stallions here. Tied for first in that category, 17 with Justin Ford, who also knocked in one last night, is in the hole. Dylan Passo is on deck. He also knocked in 3 last night. So a golden opportunity for Saugerties here to tie the game with some of their best run producers coming to the dish.
They got a runner at second with nobody out. This is, in essence, like you're in extra innings. You got to find a way to bring him home.
Hernandez gives a check at Maroney. The 1-1 pitch. Hobbensifka, a big swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Hobbensifka is a guy with home run pop. He does have 2 homers, both coming here at Cantine Field over the left field fence.
Nick, over those last 6 at-bats, he's been dropping that right shoulder, really trying to kill the ball, where he should be trying to stay more level and hit for contact.
He has 2 of the 5 homers for the Stallions. Nick Rossi has 1. Jamie Z has 2, both coming in his last 4 games. The 1-2 pitch, grounded over to third. This one will be foul. Third baseman Peyton Jemison made a run on it. So we'll do it again here. 1 ball, 2 strikes, nobody out in the bottom of the fourth. Reese Maroney standing over at second base after he walked and stole a base to start things. Hernandez 1 strike away from picking up his 4th strikeout here tonight on Hobbensifka. Misses the zone outside with the breaker. 2 balls and 2 strikes now on Hobbensifka.
And Perez has got to be careful. Back there at home plate, a ball past him and going over to third will be Maroney, and then the Stallions just need a ball into the outfield to tie the game.
Against the Mohawks, these 3 games so far, the Stallions average 7 strikeouts a game, 1 strike away from being number 4. Young flashes to second with Maroney dancing off. In the dirt from Hernandez, 3 balls and 2 strikes. So now back-to-back hitters with a arm warming in the bullpen. Keith Griffin signaling to the bullpen this will be Hernandez's last batter that have gone full here to start the bottom of the 4th.
It's the right move by Griffin. Here in the 4th, Hernandez just hasn't looked as sharp as he did in the first 3.
Hernandez, after the 1 run he allowed in the first, retired 7 of 8.
He's waiting over there in the dugout for this pitch to be over.
The payoff. Hobbin-Siefken just gets enough on the 4-seam fastball. We'll do it again. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Nobody out. Hobbin-Siefken is a guy who is prone to the strikeout. He has 10 through the team's first 16 games. But he does have 12 walks, so he walks more than he strikes out. First base is open after the Maroney stolen base, so a walk to Hobbin-Siefken might not be the worst thing here if you're an Amsterdam fan. The payoff, once again fouled away from Hobbin-Siefken. 3 foul balls in this at-bat alone, 2 of them coming in a full count. 10th pitch of the AB coming up between these 2 guys.
This seems awfully similar to the at-bat that Hernandez had against Logan Sanchez, which went 9 pitches in a full count.
Hernandez ultimately got Sanchez to hit a ground ball to third. Jamison made a throw across the diamond to retire him. Hopefully he can retire Hobbin-Siefken as well. The 3-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Zach Hernandez picks up his 4th strikeout of the game, 3rd in the last 4 hitters, bringing up Dylan Passo now with a runner over at second base and 1 out.
And Hobbin-Siefken was just very late on that fastball. You could tell he was expecting the off-speed. In that count, big out here for Hernandez, and Keith Griffin, the head coach for the Mohawks, sits back down. He's going to let Hernandez go 1 more.
Passo hitting 5th tonight, hit 6th last night, but the lefty swing and bat giving the Stallions more versatility. Moving up 1 from 6th, him and Ford switch spots in the order tonight. He swings and misses on strike 1.
Trying to kill that baseball once again, similar to Hobbin-Siefken.
After starting for his first 10, that is if you include Mohawk Valley, he's since then been on fire. 6 for 10 over his past 3.5 games now as a Stallion. He swings and a miss. Strike 2. Passo chases 1. He only has 1 strikeout through his first 5 games. That is also if you include Mohawk Valley, the game was not finished. Stallions lead 3-2 going to the bottom of the 9th before a rainstorm postponed things. So the next time the Stallions travel down to Mohawk Valley, they will finish that game out and then start the next scheduled one on that date. Hernandez ahead in the count, 0-2 on Passo. Steps off the mound to collect himself. Hernandez has done a nice job of stranding runners on base. Comiskey in the 3rd reached 2nd after he stole and got a hit in the 3rd. Cade Rodriguez and Carroll to end the threat. He now K's Passo with a swing and a miss. He's tagged out by the catcher Perez. So back-to-back innings, the Stallions have had a runner on second base, and then Hernandez goes to his strikeout stuff to K back-to-back hitters. 2 outs now for Justin Ford.
And Passo, frustrated as he walks back to the dugout, didn't realize that ball died in the dirt. He could have run to first on the drop third, and then going over to third could have been Maroney. But still with 2 outs, Stallions with a chance to plate the tying run, and just the guy you want with Justin Ford.
Justin Ford drove in a run last night on an RBI double. He then set the tone for Dylan Passo, who singled in 2 more, those being 3 of the 6 runs the Stallions scored last night up at Shuttleworth Park. The other 3 came by way of a 3-run homer by Jamie Z, who is actually on deck. Ford takes upstairs. 1 ball and no strikes.
And Keith Griffin would love for Zach Hernandez to get through the 4th inning here. He was ready to pull him with Maroney at second and nobody out, and in a blink of an eye, there's 2 outs on the board.
He went to back-to-back breaking balls in the dirt to strike out Passo. Ford showing good discipline not to chase, ahead in the count 1-0. Maroney still over at second. He walked and stole a base to lead things off as Ford is almost hit by the pitch. Now 2 balls and no strikes. First base is still open. So a walk to Ford would bring up Jamie Z, who hit a home run against these Mohawks last night.
The Stallions hitters need to be more disciplined. 4 of their last 5 at-bats have resulted in the strikeout.
Two and 0 count. Hernandez checks Maroney 3 times. Misses the zone upstairs. 3 balls now and no strikes. Ford has done a great job of producing runs but also scoring runs. He's tied for first on the team in RBIs with 17. He's also second in the PGCBL with doubles with 6. And he scored 19 runs, which is good for 5th in the Perfect Game Collegiate Baseball League. 4-pitch walk to Ford will set the table for the rising Notre Dame freshman, Jamie Z. And here comes head coach Keith Griffin for Amsterdam signaling to the bullpen. So it looks like Zach Hernandez is done here in the bottom of the 4th inning, 3 2/3. Gave up 3 hits to go along with.
He hasn't made
3
the
walks.
signal yet to the bullpen. Maybe just wanting to have a chat with Hernandez on the mound.
Hernandez threw 3 2/3 for Amsterdam. Walked 3. He's given up 3 hits. Comiskey had a single in the second. Rodriguez had a single in the first. And Cameron Carroll followed Rodriguez with a knockback in the first inning as well. Long meeting out on the mound to talk to the right-hander. Jamie Z grounded out to shortstop in his previous AB. And this is a guy who has loved to face Amsterdam pitching. He's hitting 400, 4 for 10 in the 2 games against the Mohawks. Otherwise, 238 versus the other 5 teams that the Stallions play against.
Big spot here for Jamie Z. Runners at first and second with 2 outs. And the Stallions saw how much power he had last night against the Mohawks. They really need some of that right here. They don't want to leave runners on base for a second straight inning.
Leaving runners on base has been a problem for Saugerties against Amsterdam in the 3 matchups. They average double digits in runners left on base, including last night where they left 10 guys on, in danger of leaving 2 more. Maroney over at second after he walked. Ford walked with 2 outs after Hobbins-Eefgen and Paso both struck out, bringing up Z with runners on second and first. Hernandez still in. Check swing from Z. Home plate umpire Jeff Remsdale says he went around, no appeal even to Joe Lazapanero Jr., the field ump. Strike 1 on the shortstop. Hernandez, 5 strikeouts through 3 2/3. Season high in the PGCBL this summer. Ahead in the count, 0-1. Z takes a fastball on the outside corner, now 0-2. So he's 1 strike away from making it 6 through 4 innings here tonight.
And the majority of them have come over the last 2 innings. Struck out the last 2 in the 3rd and has 2 here in the 4th.
The Stallions have struggled to score in the middle innings, 4th, 5th, and 6th against Amsterdam this season. In the 3 games where they've scored 25 runs, only 1 has come in either the 4th, 5th, or 6th inning. Z steps out, asks for time, down in the count, no balls and 2 strikes. The other 24 either coming in the 1st through 3rd or 7 through 9, but Z actually has done some damage late in the game. He has an RBI extra base hit in the 2 games that Saugerties has played at Shuttleworth Park against the Mohawks. The 0-2 to him is outside. First ball of the count with Maroney standing over at second, Ford standing over at first. The incoming freshman to Notre Dame down in the count, 1-2. He's driven in 11 runs through his first 8 games as a Stallion. Has a chance to make it 12 with Maroney over at second. Hernandez and Perez finally on the same page. Just misses. Z shows good discipline to hold back now. 2 balls and 2 strikes. This is a Stallions team that comes into this one scoring double-digit runs in 4 of their last 7 games. Good for a run differential of plus 34, outscoring opponents 62-28 over their past 7, has an opportunity to tie things or take the lead. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Big grunt from Hernandez. He strikes out 3 of the final 4 hitters in the bottom of the 4th inning. Zach Hernandez strands 2 on base for Saugerties. We're going to the top of the 5th inning. Stallions still trail 2-1. Welcome back to Canton Field. Nick Zuppi alongside Dan Chellam. Top of the 5th inning, 2-1 Mohawks leading the Stallions. Both teams have 3 hits to go along with no errors. A back and forth game at that, Dan. This game is in line with how the first 3 have been played.
It's been a pitcher's duel so far here tonight. Montreal Christian out there now for his 3rd inning of work. And Nick, what I'm wondering about here for Montreal in the top of the 5th is that was a long bottom of the 4th, probably around 15-20 minutes. That arm is probably a little bit cold.
If he does pick up and out here in the top of the 5th, this will be the longest outing for Christian this summer. He threw 2 against the Outlaws, and then he also threw 2 against the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dogs in the 5-4 loss to the Diamond Dogs. The first guy he will be facing this inning is the shortstop, Chris Holcraft. First pitch to him is outside, 1 ball. Holcraft in this one is 0 for 2. 2 loud contacts. That is a fly out to center field and a fly out to right field over to Haben Siefken back in the 3rd inning.
And the one to Haben Siefken probably 20 feet short of the wall out there and right. The Mohawks have probably had 3 balls today that would have been home runs in Amsterdam.
Touchstone had one to lead things off in the 4th against Christian. A ball that nearly went out, like you said, Dan. That one being to left center field. Ford made a nice running play on it. Christian now down in the count, 2 balls and 1 strike to Holcraft, who has played in 17 of the team's 19 games this season. 3rd most as a Mohawk. Flies this one foul down the line. Haben Siefken takes a look, but it lands in the Amsterdam bullpen. 2 balls and 2 strikes now.
And it seems like in this outing, Christian Jr. has just had to work for every single out. Nothing's really been easy for him, even though he's only given up 1 run.
Christian had 2 walks last inning. Perez and Juggins chopped over to the 3rd baseman. Comiskey makes the long throw across the diamond, not in time. Throw brought Passo off the base. He made a nice jumping effort, but Holcraft beat him back on the base. So Amsterdam has a leadoff runner here in the top of the 5th.
And that's one that the Stallions, and especially Christian Jr., really want back. That one's just a hard play for Comiskey. Have 3rd on the run, throws to 1st. It'll go down as a hit by the official scorer here because they think Holcraft would have beaten out that throw regardless.
Stallions did not have an error last night up at Shuttleworth Park. They didn't have an error as well in Game 2 of the doubleheader, so still 2.5 straight games without a fielding blunder. Will Cowan squares for the bunt, pulls it back for a ball. Holcraft over at 1st. He's 9 for 9 on stolen bases this year, yet to be thrown out. But the Stallions have done a great job of limiting opposing teams to stolen bases. 38 out of 48, caught 10 different guys, which leads the PGCBL. Long hold from Christian. There goes Holcraft over at first. A hit and run. Maroney dives but cannot get it. So there goes Holcraft first to third on the hit and run. Will Cowan does a nice job of executing it. And the Amsterdam Mohawks are set up nicely here, Dan. Runners on the corners, nobody out for their number 4 hitter coming up, Ryan Schwartz.
And Nick, this was legitimately the same play, just on an opposite side of the infield, that the Stallions had in the top of the first when Luis Rodriguez singled and Cameron Carroll got on as the shortstop had to cover second base, and that time right there, Maroney had to cover second, and the ball hit right past him. Just an unfortunate break.
In that inning, Cameron Carroll was gunned down stealing by the catcher Perez. Rodriguez came home to score on the throwdown. That's how the Stallions have plated their 1 run. Runners on the corners here. Christian checks on Cowan over at first base before a pitch to Ryan Schwartz. Cowan is not the biggest threat to run over there. Only 2 stolen bases through his first 6 games as a Mohawk. But Ryan Schwartz is set up nicely. He has 2 RBIs this summer in 7 games. Runner at third is 90 feet away from being number 3. Swing and a miss for strike 1.
This is the first real jam that the Stallions have been in so far in this game. Runners at the corners, nobody out. You would happily trade the double play here and give up a run if you're Saugerties.
With Christian getting into a little bit of a jam, a lefty Mochio is warming, forced the Stallions in their bullpen. Christian fires in a strike. Now no balls and 2 strikes on Schwartz.
Would be a great time here for Christian's first strikeout since the 3rd.
Last inning, he had touchstone to fly out to left, Young flied out to right, and Filippi grounded out to short. Those were the 3 outs that Christian induced. Checks over to Cowan at first again. No balls and 2 strikes on Schwartz. Through his first 7, Ryan Schwartz is hitting .429, 9 for 21, good for a .538 on base percentage as well. Christian set at the belt. Lined to left center field. Rodriguez on the run. He will make the catch. Tagging at third is Holcraft. He will come around to score. Will Cowan does not move anywhere at first, but Amsterdam adds an insurance run here in the top of the 5th. 3-1 Mohawks.
And I'm 100% okay with that if you're Montrell Christian Jr. It is much better than a ground ball through the hole where Holcraft comes home to score, and then you still got first and second with nobody out. That is a big first out in this inning for Montrell Christian Jr.
Second sack fly of the night for Amsterdam. The first came back in the 2nd inning when Danny Perez flew out to Luis Rodriguez out in center field. That plated the tying run in the 2nd. Montrell Christian now with 1 out. This is his longest appearance of the season, 2 1/3. Long hold now steps off with Cowan bouncing away at first. Third baseman Peyton Jemison is now in the box for Amsterdam. He has come into the game for Jaden Harriel, who was playing third. Another throw over from Christian, the 4th. Since
keeping
Cowan
a close
has
eye
gotten over
there
there.
on Cowan, and for right reason. He's been dancing off of first in and out, and you can see Sanchez come set and then flick over there to give him a check.
Long hold from Christian. Checks at second, even though nobody is there. Very long hold at that. There goes Cowan over at first. Fouled off down the left field line by Jemison for strike 1.
Mohawks were trying to do the same exact thing and that they just did with Cowan when he got on base, looking for the hit and run, but just pulled foul there by Jemison.
Jemison played last night. Him and Harriel split 4 at-bats. They both got 2. Both of them were 0 for 2. None of them reached base at all last night up at Shuttleworth Park in the 6-2 loss to these very Stallions. A home and home for these two teams. Cowan away at first again. Sanchez skips one in there in time to nail Cowan at second base. Logan Sanchez, a one-hop, beautiful throw from the catcher to pick up a second out here in the top of the 5th.
That's a big second out. You get the bases cleared now if you're Montrell Christian Jr. Wasn't the prettiest of throws by Sanchez, but it did a job, and that's all that matters. Great communication there between Christian Jr. and Sanchez to keep picking him off at first and then eventually nab him at second.
Christian now can work out of the windup. Doing so, misses the zone there. 2 balls and 1 strike to Jemison. The 11th guy that's the Saugerties backstop unit has now caught, which we led off in the inning saying is the best in the PGCBL, only advancing their lead in that category. Jemison takes in the dirt, 3 balls and 1 strike. Christian starting to labor here. This is his longest appearance of the season, 2 2/3 now with a little help from his defense in Sanchez.
You'd really like to see him get through this 5th with just 1 run given up and keep this a 2-run ball game.
Spikes the fastball, 4-4, 5-pitch walk for Jemison. The second time that the 5-hole hitter has reached base. Jaden Harriel walked and scored the tying run in the second.
And that's been the problem for Christian Jr. in this outing. 4 walks for him, and he's really just given the Mohawks extra base runners and extra outs.
That's the 5th walk of the evening for Amsterdam. They averaged 7 in the 3 meetings against the Stallions. And this is a Stallions pitching staff that does a good job at limiting the base on balls. Only 5 per game, but they've walked 5 Mohawks already through the first 5. Sanchez's snap throw to first goes into the outfield. Passo does not make the scoop, so Jemison advances a free 90 feet and puts another runner in scoring position for Amsterdam. Great opportunity for Bray Touchstone to add an insurance run here on the top of the 5th.
And the Stallions just hurting themselves. There's no reason for that snap throw to first. There's 2 outs in the inning. Keep the force in order. You just tried to pick off Cowan, like 5 times, and you never got him. No reason to make that throw.
1-0 pitch, misses the zone. Now 2 balls and no strikes. That's the first error for either team here tonight. There were no errors by these 2 teams last night up at Shuttleworth Park. Saugerties did not commit an error in Game 2 of the doubleheader against Glens Falls. They had one in Game 1, so their 2.5 game streak without an error comes to an end here in the top of the 5th. 2-0 misses inside, 3 balls and no strikes.
And if I'm head coach Colin Martin here, I'm probably up and out of the dugout. If there's a walk issued, you need to limit the damage and really keep this a 2-run game. You don't want things to get out of hand.
Mochio has stopped throwing in the pen. He's waiting on the door of the dugout to see if he gets the signal. 4-pitch walk from Touchstone. Now 8 of the last 9 pitches from Christian have missed the zone, and here he is, head coach Colin Martin, signaling to the bull. Stallions trailing 3-1 against the Amsterdam Mohawks. Runners on second and first when we come back. Welcome back. Nick Zuppi alongside Dan Shalom, top of the 5th. Mohawks leading 3-1 with runners on second and first. We have a Dallas Hot Wieners call. You can't close the book officially on Christian. 2 2/3, gave up 2 hits, walked 5 to go with 1 strikeout, but the 2 runners on base are his responsibility. Mochio now in for his second appearance here for the Stallions.
And Daniel Mochio, so far this season, just the 1 appearance, like you mentioned, that coming against Glens Falls here at home. 2 innings pitched, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 4 strikeouts, and that's the biggest number you want to circle if you're the Stallions. Montrell Christian Jr. had a couple of chances to get out of this inning, starting with the ground ball at third to Comiskey, which he threw over the head of Passo, who couldn't come back on the bag in time. And then you had the 3-2 count against Peyton Jemison and just couldn't get him to K. This inning could be over. Christian Jr. really hurt himself tonight on the walks.
The 6'3", 259. Standing Montreal Christian Jr. just entered the transfer portal after completing his freshman year at Georgia State. That was his 5th appearance, but on a more positive side, it was his longest appearance, 2 2/3 here at Cantine. His previous was 2 innings where he threw a 1-run ball against the Oneonta Outlaws up at Damaski Field 5 days ago now in a 10-4 win for Saugerties. Mason Weaver came in relief of Christian to finish things off. But Mochio looking to finish things off here, Dan, in the top of the 5th. Amsterdam already plating 1. That came by way of a sac fly from Ryan Schwartz.
And Nick, to be honest with you, this out for me could be the game right here. You got runners at first and second. The Mohawks have a chance to go up by 3, and the Stallions were up by 2 last night, and the Mohawks could never dig out of the hole. For me, this is an imperative out that you need to get, and most of all, do not load the bases for John Young Jr. We've seen what he's done with the bases loaded and 2 outs before.
Young Jr. hit a grand slam on the first pitch he saw as an Amsterdam Mohawk over the center field fence. Mochio now in, but Amsterdam has used the middle innings effectively against the Stallions. The run differential in the 4th, 5th, and 6th is 7-1 in favor of Amsterdam. They've scored 7 of their 26 runs in the 4th, 5th, and 6th. Have another opportunity to add to that total. First pitch from Mochio is a swing and a miss for strike 1 on the catcher, Danny Perez, who has had a productive day, yet to have an official at-bat. He walked in the 4th and had an RBI sac fly in the 2nd that tied things at 1.
And maybe just a different look here for the Stallions. It's their first southpaw on the mound of the day, and Mohawks haven't seen one just yet.
Mochio's 0-1 pitch in there for strike 2. Home plate umpire Jeff Remsdale with a late call for strike 2. Going back to the left-handed pitchers, though, against the Outlaws, that being the last time the Stallions played here at Cantine, Speranza did a great job of coming in 2 2/3 innings scoreless to go along with 4 strikeouts. The 0-2 pitch is fouled away to the netting behind home plate. We'll do it again. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on, 1 on second, 1 on first in the top of the 5th inning.
Regardless of what happens here, you really need some length from Daniel Mochio. You've already burned 2 pitchers now within 4 2/3, and that hasn't been a problem for the Stallions lately. So they need Mochio to rack up some innings here.
Stallions only used 2 pitchers last night. Ryan Franklin started, went 5. Matt Murta came in and allowed 1 run over 4 innings. He gets credited with the save, a 4-inning save, that is. The 0-2 pitch fouled away down the right side. No balls and 2 strikes. We'll do it again. Back-to-back foul balls from Perez, and back-to-back at-bats, where Perez has yet to be retired against the Stallions. He was 2 for 2 with 2 walks against them last night, and here 0 for 0 with a walk and a sac fly.
I would go to the heater here if I'm Mochio. Heater high in the zone or off-speed low in the dirt. Do not leave anything to hit.
Mochio had 4 Ks in his only appearance against Glens Falls. Just misses low. 1 ball and 2 strikes now on Perez.
That's just the pitch I wanted Mochio to give right there. Doesn't get called for a strike, but if Danny Perez makes contact with that, it's not going anywhere far.
We've seen home plate umpire Jeff Ramsdale be late on the signal for strike 3, hoping that it was there, but didn't get it. This one is blooped over to right field. Haben Sefian coming in on it. It will land for a base hit. Here comes the Mohawk coming around to third to score. Throw bounces off Sanchez at home, so the runners will advance 90 feet on that one. 4-1 Mohawks, courtesy of Danny Perez's RBI single.
And just not the pitch you wanted if you're Mochio right there. When we take another look at it, he left this one in the middle of the zone a little bit down, and Haben Sefian can't come in and make that play. The 2-out runs have been a problem for the Stallions, and now you're in a real world of hurt because it's 2nd and 3rd. A ball to the outfield makes this a 6-1 game.
That brings up John Young in this one. Last night against the Stallions was 0 for 4 with a strikeout, facing a left-hander, though. Lefty-lefty matchup here. Mochio against Young. Last night when Young faced Franklin, he was 0 for 2. Went 0 for 2 against Matt Murtaugh. Good for his 0 for 4 night up at Shuttleworth Park. The 1-0 pitch is lined to left field. Coming in on it is Ford. He will make the one-handed running play to retire the side. Amsterdam plates 2, 4-1 now your score. Going to the bottom half of the 5th with the Stallions coming to bat. 8-9-1 in their order due up. Welcome back to Cantine Memorial Field. Nick Zuppi alongside Dan Challam for the bottom of the 5th inning. But we're going to throw it down to 3 members of our team, 2 sideline reporters, Hannah Timpassis, Henry Hitchman, and our director of social media, Jack Viator, for another food review here at Cantine. What do you guys got for us?
Thanks, guys. Last time we were down here at Cantine Field, I did a little food review of my own where I tried Cantine's hot dogs and put everything on it. And we thought, hey, that was so fun. Why not continue that? We're calling this Cantine Concessions. Now, this time I'm joined by my fellow reporter, Hannah Tampassis, and we're going to judge this food. Hannah, how do you think this funnel cake looks out here today?
I mean, it looks delicious. Who doesn't love a good funnel cake at a baseball game?
Well, without further ado, we're going to dive in. We are being helped by our social media director, Jack Viator. He's holding the funnel cake for us. I'll take that, Jack. Also take this. Thank you, Jack. Well, my first impression, pretty good. Sugar on top adds a little sweet taste. I'm going to give this a 6.5. How about you, Hannah?
No, I was going to say 6.5 as well, and I am the one who ordered the funnel cake, and the customer service was amazing. Everyone in there was so sweet. So Cantine is just an amazing place to be, and it has amazing food as well.
Guys, you had some fireworks behind you there at some point. Always love getting our entire crew involved. And, Nick, it seemed pretty tasty what they had down there. I'm just still feeling excluded that we haven't been invited to one of these food reviews yet.
We did get the snow cone review at Oneonta Damaski Field. Those were pretty good, but it seemed like whatever they were enjoying down there was better than that snow cone.
Seems like we just get to try the food on the road, so maybe we get to be a little bit more adventurous.
Stallions coming to bat here in the bottom of the 5th. Logan Sanchez will lead things off. Due next is Casey Comiskey on deck, and then leadoff hitter Luis Rodriguez in the hole. Sanchez takes ball 1 from Ariston Vesey. Dallas Hot Wieners call to the bullpen for Amsterdam in relief of Zach Hernandez, who he shined. 4 innings pitched, 3 hits, 1 earned run to go along with 6 strikeouts that all came in his final 2 innings of work.
Ever since that first inning, he was just dominant. The Stallions couldn't touch him, and at a point, they only had 1 hit across those last 3 innings, so maybe a good thing here that Vesey's into the game.
The 1-0 pitch from Vesey misses the zone. 2 balls and no strikes. The last time Vesey was on the mound was June 18th, where the Amsterdam Mohawks fell to Utica 3-1. But Vesey pitched 3 innings, gave up 2 hits, 1 earned run. This being his 4th appearance this summer as a Mohawk. He's pitched 8 1/3 innings to a 6.48 ERA here in the summer of 2025. 2 balls and 1 strike on Sanchez.
And that's his bread and butter right there. If you're Vesey, just loves to pound the zone with the fastball. Has a lot of gas on it, but his problem is the control. 6.48 ERA coming into this game for the Mohawks.
Has allowed 6 earned runs over his 8 1/3 innings of work. The 2-1 pitch is way upstairs, almost nails Sanchez in the head. 3 balls and 1 strike. The Stallions have an opportunity now. They're 1 ball away from having the leadoff runner reach base in back-to-back innings, but Reese Maroney was stranded at second last inning when Hernandez K'd 3 of the final 4, Hobbit Siefkin, Paso, and Z to end the threat.
And same thing happened in the third, Nick. Stallions have had runner in scoring position back-to-back innings.
Sanchez takes way inside ball 4. He looks out over at Vesey, not the most happy camper in the box, but he's got to be a little happy that he's going to first base. First time here tonight, Sanchez reaches base, and back-to-back innings now, officially, where the Stallions have had the leadoff runner on. 3 of 5, if you include the first, where Luis Rodriguez singled to start things off.
And Perez quickly out onto the mound to give a talk to Vesey. You could hear him audibly grunting after every pitch. He's trying to put everything he has on his fastballs, and there's a reason Sanchez was upset. He almost got nailed in the knee on that last one. It seems like Vesey is out of control coming out of the pen.
Vesey does have 12 strikeouts in 8 1/3 innings, so he's a guy that relies on his power pitches, more prone to the walk and strikeout than allowing the other team to put the ball in play. He has 8 walks through his 8 1/3 innings here in the summer, averaging a walk an inning. Comiskey swings and misses for strike 1 off home plate umpire Jeff Ramsdale.
And that one just nailed him right in the chest protector. Clearly Perez and Vesey are not together on the sides because Perez didn't even know the fastball was coming, and it just nailed Ramsdale in the chest.
The guy who swung and missed on that pitch is third baseman Casey Comiskey. He has one of the 3 Stallion hits here tonight, that coming back in the 3rd inning, where he was ultimately stranded at second base when Rodriguez and Carroll struck out to end things. Hopefully the home plate umpire Jeff Ramsdale is okay. Both head coaches out of the dugout. Keith Griffin for Amsterdam.
And Amsterdam already has a new arm warming in that pen. Seems like Vesey's going to have a short leash here tonight if things start to get ugly. Shown no control so far.
Ahead in the count, 0-1 on Comiskey. Sanchez over at first after the 5-pitch walk. Comiskey was in the middle of a 2 for 25 slump, doubled in Game 2 against the Glens Falls Dragons up at East Field, and since then he is 3 for 8. He chops this one over to Jemison, to the second baseman Young, to the first baseman Touchstone, not in time to retire Comiskey. But a productive out for Vesey. He finally gets his first out of the ball game, a fielder's choice from Casey Comiskey.
And that's totally fine for the Stallions. It's not a double play. There's not 2 down in the inning. You get the top of the order down, and I'll tell you one thing. Luis Rodriguez struck out in his last at-bat. This guy does not strike out really ever. He's going to be hungry here in this AB.
Only his 6th strikeout through the first 17 games. Averaging about a strikeout every 3 games for the Stallions here in the summer of 2025. Lays down a bunt here down the third base line. It's Vesey off the mound. Fields fires over to first. Brings Touchstone off the base. And Rodriguez picks up his 2nd single of the night. Cameron Carroll now has another opportunity to hit with Rodriguez on base.
And we saw Filippi do the same thing for the Mohawks with 1 out in the 3rd. Just laid down the bunt when no one thought it was coming. Rodriguez has so much speed that nobody's going to catch him out there at first base. And now time for Cameron Carroll to bounce back, who struck out in his last at-bat.
Rodriguez now, through 3.5 games against Amsterdam, is 12 for 18. Came into this one 10 for 15. 667 batting average. Just absolutely tearing up Amsterdam pitching to another multi-hit game here tonight. Bringing up Cameron Carroll to the dish. First pitch to him is outside. Ball 1. Carroll in this one has a single back in the first when Rodriguez stole from first. He hit it to the vacated hole over at shortstop. Also was caught stealing in that inning, but it also led to Rodriguez scoring. So a productive out at that for the Stallions. Struck out looking to end the 3rd as well. Misses the zone, 2 balls and no strikes.
And if I'm Cameron Carroll, I'm not swinging until Vesey finds the zone. And this was especially key in that at-bat to Logan Sanchez. He threw 5 pitches and 4 of them weren't competitive.
Vesey has missed the zone now with 7 of the 11 pitches that he has thrown here this inning. Misses another one. 3 balls and no strikes. 1 out on deck is Reese Maroney, who has a multi-hit game in every game but one. Game 1 against Glens Falls in the doubleheader was the one he did not. And he's also been on base multiple times here. 2 walks, 1 in the first, 1 in the fourth. On deck for the Stallions, Cameron Carolo is in the box. 3-0 count on him. In there for strike 1. The walk has bit Vesey before. 8 walks through the first 8 1/3 innings here in the summer of 2025. 1 ball away from having it be number 2 in this inning alone.
I'm still taking here from Carroll.
The 3-1. Outside ball 4, so there it is. The second walk from Vesey here in the inning. Head coach, Coach Griffin for Amsterdam, making a trip to the pitcher's mound to speak to Vesey.
We saw him do this earlier with Zach Hernandez. Came out and had a talk, but didn't pull him, and he's made no signal to the Amsterdam bullpen. I'm pretty sure that Vesey's going to stay on here, and what a spot it is for Reese Maroney, the Stallions' hottest hitter. Can tie up the ball game or take the lead in one swing.
Maroney coming into tonight, 7 for 17, good for a .411 batting average. He's also walked 6 times as well, which is good for a .563 on base. Him, along with Z and Paso, have done an incredible job of providing a spark offensively in their short season thus far in Saugerties. All 3 of those guys, recent additions. The Stallions, during a 5-game stretch before this stretch where they've won 6 of 7, lost 4 of 5, where they hit 187 in those 5 games. Home plate umpire Jeff Ramsdale getting a quick sip of water after he took a fastball to the chest when Comiskey swung and missed a couple batters ago. Maroney now will step in, bases full of ponies, but the Mohawks bring in the corners. Third baseman Jemison and first baseman Touchstone in at the grass, so a ground ball to them. Looks like they will be coming home to try to cut off the run. Standing 90 feet away, Comiskey is over at third.
Need something here. At least a run if you're the Stallions. Cannot leave the bases loaded in this bottom of the 6th. Or 5th, excuse me.
First pitch from Vesey is a loud fastball. That catcher's pop. We heard it all the way from up here in the Pack Hub broadcast booth. Excuse me, strike 1 on Maroney. Reese Maroney just completed his sophomore year at Rhode Island, where he did nothing but rake. Hit .358, 80 hits, and 255 at-bats. And that success in last spring's season for the Rams has certainly carried over here into the summer. Second pitch of the at-bat is once again a fastball and once again a strike. No balls and 2 strikes now on the 3-hitter for the Stallions.
Need to bear down and battle now if you're Maroney. Cannot go down on a strikeout. Put something in play.
Last night up at Shuttleworth Park, Maroney had 2 hits. He also scored a run and drew a walk, so he was on base 3 of his 5 plate appearances last night. The 0-2 to him. Just misses ball 1. Vesey really wanted that one, and Maroney thought it was a strike. Took a step towards back to the dugout, but Jeff Ramsdale thought not. So Maroney has an extra life. 1 ball and 2 strikes here at the bottom of the 5th inning with the bases full of ponies.
And Ramsdale's called a tight strike zone all night long. Maroney really has to use this extra pitch to his advantage.
Vesey does not have a strikeout tonight. He has 12 in 8 1/3 innings pitched this summer for Amsterdam. The 1-2 just misses the outside corner. Once again, Vesey thought that was in there, but Jeff Ramsdale thinking no. 2 balls and 2 strikes, count back to even with the bases full of ponies.
And head coach Keith Griffin wanted a second opinion on that one, made Ramsdale go down to Lassa Pinero Sr. He said no. Maroney's done a nice job battling back here.
Casey Comiskey over at third. Run from Maroney, 2 balls and 2 strikes. We'll do it again. 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. And Dan, that ball almost came close to hitting the light post, just like in the movie The Natural when Roy Hobbs hit a walk-off home run off the light post that ended things for the New York Knights. and went on to win the World
Stallions
Series.
would certainly love a grand slam right here. They wouldn't complain about that in the slightest.
Maroney at the box for Saugerties. He is the one that would be responsible for that grand slam if we somehow speak it into existence. 2 balls and 2 strikes on him. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Maroney goes fishing for strike 3. First strikeout of the evening for Vesey, bringing up Travis Hobbins-Siefken now with 2 outs, and the base is still juiced.
And Maroney just got fooled there. He was expecting the fastball all the way, was late on it in the previous pitch to foul it off, and that time just swings under it. Unfortunate break for the Stallions. The inning's not over yet, though, and really need Hobbins-Siefken, who's been slumping in this 2-game set against the Mohawks, to step up.
Hobbins-Siefken this season against Amsterdam coming in is 4 for 12. Now 4 for 14. Good for a 286 batting average against Amsterdam. But he is a guy who has played against the Mohawks prior to this summer. He played with the Stallions in 2023, where he hit 250, 15 hits in 20 games. In 2 games against the Mohawks, he was 1 for 7 with a walk and a strikeout. No RBIs. This is a great opportunity to pick up his first against the Mohawks. He swings and misses. This one is now off the catcher, Danny Perez. 1 ball and 1 strike on Hobbins-Siefken.
And it really seems like Vesey and Perez are off, signal-wise, in this bottom of the 5th. There's only 2 pitches away from getting out of it. And the Stallions had the bases loaded with 1 out in this inning. Would really be a disgrace for them not to plate something here.
Sanchez walked to lead things off. Then Comiskey grounded into a fielder's choice 5-4. Setting the table for Luis Rodriguez, who dropped down a bunt single. And then Cameron Carroll walked to load the bases. And Vesey just K'd Maroney 2 pitches ago. And here we are. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Bottom of the 5th, 4-1 your score. The 1-1 pitch is a big swing and a miss. Strike 2 from Vesey. Another big swing and a miss from Hobbins-Siefken, Dan.
It's what he's been doing over the last few games where he's been in this slump, just trying to kill the baseball with these violent swings. What worked for him so well in those first few was he was just trying to make contact to the outfield.
Hobbins-Siefken he has 4 extra base hits this year, 2 homers, 2 doubles. 4 of the 29 for the Stallions. The 1-2 pitch fouled off to the netting right side. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bases still full. Comiskey over at third. Rodriguez on second. Carroll at first. Hobbins-Siefken at the dish. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Stallions trailing 4-1. But a base hit from Hobbins-Siefken would make it a 1-run game here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
Need something. Need it here. You can't put up a 0.
Vesey set at the belt. Kicks and fires. Breaking ball nubbed over to first. Touchstone will field it and step on the bag himself. Hobbins-Siefken is retired. Stallions leave the bases full. 3 runners on base. We're going to the top of the 6th. Saugerties trailing 4-1 with Daniel Mochio coming out for his 2nd inning of work.
All right, let's go.
Let's do it. Welcome back. Nick Zuppi alongside Dan Shalom. Top of the 6th here at Cantine. Mohawks leading 4-1, 6 hits for their offense, 4 for the Stallions offense, who just left the bases full. They've left already 6 runners on base. Maroney struck out with 1 out, and Habensiefke nubbed one over to the first baseman touchstone to end things. Daniel Mochio now in on the mound. He is in relief of Montrell Christian Jr., who allowed 3 runs through 2 2/3. Facing Mochio is the number 9 hitter, Alex Juggins, who is 0 for 1 with a walk. He takes strike 2 from Mochio.
And Nick, I just want to go back to that previous half inning. The Stallions had the bases loaded against Vesey, who was struggling with the control throughout, and he got Saugerties to chase it, pitches down in the dirt to get out of it. And they had 2 base runners reach by way of the walk.
The 0-2 from Mochio is a swing and a miss. Strike 3, completely tied up Juggins. First strikeout for Mochio. First strikeout for Stallions pitching since the 3rd inning, when Christian K. Jemison to end the threat in the 3rd. 1 out here in the top of the 6th.
That's what you like to see if you're Mochio. He came into this game, led up the RBI single, and then got John Young Jr. to fly out on some hard contact, but this time goes with the breaking ball in the middle of the zone. Juggins not expecting it, and there's 1 down.
Someone who was not expecting something that happened earlier in the game was third baseman Casey Comiskey when Filippi laid down a drag bunt in his latest at-bat. He also came around to score. Comiskey is now in on the infield grass, preventing against that drag bunt. Top of the order now for the Mohawks. Filippi hits first. Chris Holcraft is on deck. And also, Filippi has played in every single game for Amsterdam, one of 2 guys to do so for the Mohawks. 0-1 from Mochio. Changeup misses the zone. 1 ball and 1 strike. Filippi is 1 for 3 as a whole. He lined out in the 4th and hit a fielder's choice to shortstop that ended the 4th inning.
The question for me, Nick, now becomes, if you're head coach Keith Griffin, do you go back to Vesey in the bottom of the 6th?
Vesey came into this appearance, his 4th of the season, walking 8 guys through his 8 1/3 innings. He walked 2 last inning, Sanchez and Carroll, that is, for the Stallions, but he was able to get out of things. No runs allowed, leaving the bases juiced. 1-2 from Mochio is lined to left field. Ford coming in on it and will make the running play. Ball hung up there just enough for the left fielder to make the play. 2 outs for Mochio. A chance for the Stallions to have a 1-2-3 inning. That would be the first time since Matt Drillings retired the Mohawks in order in the 1st inning.
That certainly would be nice for the Stallions, and they're hoping so. Need a 0 after they let up 2 in the 5th.
Up next for the Mohawks is the only guy who did not play last night in the 6-2 loss for Amsterdam against the Stallions, Chris Holcraft. He takes ball 1 low from Mochio. The last time he played was against the Outlaws, where Amsterdam came away victorious, where he was 2 for 4. A run scored, 3 RBIs, and a double up at Damaski Field. Holcraft takes strike 1 from Mochio, who in his last relief appearance against Glens Falls went 2 innings, gave up 3 hits, 1 earned run, and 4 strikeouts over those 2 innings. Case Juggins for his first here in the top of the 6th, now behind in the count, 2 balls and 1 strike to Holcraft.
And Nick, there's an arm warming in the Stallions bullpen right now, but Mochio's done a nice job so far in this game. No reason really to pull him out.
There also is a righty throwing in the Amsterdam bullpen, with Vesey loading the bases last inning. Ariston Vesey, 8 1/3 innings, 12 strikeouts. Went to the strikeout stuff to Kay Maroney with 1 out. 3-1 from Mochio. Misses. Ball 4, 5-pitch walk. 5-pitch 2-out walk, that is, here in the top of the 6th. Second time Holcraft is on base. Second time in back-to-back innings where he's on base. He singled in the 5th and came around to score run number 3 for Amsterdam here tonight. That brings up Will Cowan for his 4th plate appearance of the night.
And that's walk number 7 on the day for the Stallions staff. That has been a number that they have really struggled with, only issued 5 last night.
And this is a Stallions pitching staff that coming into this one has only allowed 5 walks per game, so way above their season average here tonight against Amsterdam. First pitch to Cowan in the dirt, ball 1. Now 5 of the last 6 that have missed from Mochio after he set down the first 2. Juggins struck out on 3 pitches, and Filippi lined out to left. 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. Holcraft away from first. Sanchez's throw down goes into the outfield. Holcraft will pick up another 90 feet as a result of that stolen base. Runner on third for Will Cowan, with the potential to pick up his 3rd RBI of the season through what this would be his 7th game as a Mohawk.
Second error of the game for the Stallions, second error on Logan Sanchez. That's the 2nd time tonight that he has thrown the ball into the outfield, and it's come back to hurt the Stallions a good amount. You go back to that 5th inning, stolen base by Chris Holcraft. He would go over to third, and then he comes home to score. So Stallions are just giving away free outs on walks and on stolen bases.
3 stolen bases for Amsterdam here tonight. Mochio behind the count, 2-0. Misses upstairs, now 3-0. So this is 7 of 8 pitches now that have missed from Mochio. Running into a 2-out jam with Holcraft over at third. Ryan Schwartz is on deck. He has 2 RBIs in this one, an RBI single in the 3rd and a sac fly in the 5th to go along with a fly out in the 2nd. 3-0 in there. First strike to Cowan. 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs.
And 2 outs have been a problem for the Stallions so far in this game. And you just go back to last inning, they could have had just 1 run on the board, and then they let up things, and same thing in the 3rd.
Amsterdam has already left 7 guys on base through the first 5 innings, in danger of leaving another one as Mochio catches the bottom of the zone for strike 2. Cowan didn't think so. He was ready to go take first base, but home plate umpire Jeff Ramsdale says, I don't think so. Get back in the box, Mr. Cowan. 3 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Mochio 1 pitch away from getting out of a 2-out jam. Holcraft over at third after his 2-out walk. He stole second and ultimately reached third on the E2 from Sanchez. The payoff in there for strike 3. Will Cowan tied up Daniel Mochio. Swords Will Cowan to end things here in the top of the 6th inning. 2nd strikeout for Mochio in the inning sends the Stallions to bat in the bottom of the 6th when we come back from Canton.
Give me my money. Winning ticket. 316-6.
Welcome back to Canton. Nick Zuppi alongside Dan Shalom. In Saugerties, New York, the Stallions coming to bat in the bottom half of the 6th. With hitters 5, 6, and 7 due up. Dylan Passo will lead things off. Justin Ford on deck and Jamie Z in the hole. But going back to the top half, Mochio does a nice job, Dan, of leaving Holcraft at third with 2 outs, getting Will Cowan swinging, strike 3.
This has been a long game, Nick, and it's time for the Stallions to finally break through. If you look at the last 3 innings, in the 4th, 1 runner left on. Or excuse me, going back to the 3rd, 1 runner left on. 4th, 2, 5th, 3. Close, 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 but not good enough. Maybe this will be the inning that changes.
In the 3 innings, in the 3 games between these two teams coming in, Amsterdam had a 7-1 advantage in innings 4, 5, and 6. Scored 2 compared to the Stallions' 0s. Here in these frames tonight, Dylan Passo will lead things off. He is 0 for 1 with a walk. Arston Vesey in for his second inning of work. He loaded the bases last inning. 2 walks, a single, and then got Maroney swinging, strike 3, and Haben Siefken to ground out over to first to end the threat in the bottom of the 5th. Passo takes in the dirt, ball 1. Passo hit a ground ball to second base, back in the 2nd, and struck out in the 4th. He also struck out with a runner in scoring position.
Already a mound visit here early in this bottom of the 6th. The Mohawks had 3 of them, last in the 5th. Once again, Perez and Vesey do not seem like they're on the same page.
Saw last inning when Comiskey swung and missed on a 4-seam fastball. Perez was ready to catch the breaking ball in the dirt. It actually nailed the chest plate of the home plate umpire, Jeff Ramsdale, but Vesey fires in a strike with the fastball. 1 ball now and 1 strike on Passo, who coming into this one was 6 for his last 10, including a 3 for 5 day up at Shuttleworth Park last night. Misses low, 2 balls and 1 strike. Now on the first baseman, Passo, this being his 6th game as a Stallion. He's played first base in all of them. Jamie Z, who's in the hole for the Stallions, also one of the new Notre Dame rising freshman additions for Saugerties. Both of these guys have done a nice job of providing a spark offensively. Stallions desperately need a spark, down 4-1, but Passo leading things off. Fouls that one off, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Down, but not out in this game. Really would have liked to get something on the board in the 5th, and luckily they get out of the jam in the top of the 6th, but this lineup needs to take advantage while Vesey's on the bump.
The leadoff runner for Saugerties has done a nice job of getting on base. Back-to-back innings where the leadoff runner has reached. Maroney reached by way of a walk, as did Sanchez in the 4th and 5th, respectively. Now Passo is in a 3-ball and 2-strike count with Vesey here with nobody out.
Stallions have had the leadoff runner on in back-to-back innings, but no runs to show for it.
Saugerties has gone quiet since the 1st. Only 2 hits in the last 4 innings. The payoff is outside, ball 4, 3rd walk of the night from Vesey. 6th walk from Mohawk pitching as a whole. Zach Hernandez started, went 4 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned, walked 3, but had 6 strikeouts. This brings up Justin Ford now, who he walked his last time in the box. He is 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Vesey has, coming into this one, 8 walks and 8 1/3 innings for the Mohawks through his first 3 appearances as an Amsterdam Mohawk. Now has to work with Passo on first as Ford fouls this one back. 4, strike 1.
And having Ford in the 6th hole gives this Stallions lineup a lot of flexibility. Travis Haben-Siefken hasn't been on it tonight, but Ford, really that go-to guy in the bottom of the order that you look to get a base hit and start this rally.
Ford is tied for first in RBIs with 17 with Haben-Siefken, but he does a little bit of everything. He's also 5th in the PGCBL in runs scored, being 19, and he has 6 doubles, which puts him 2nd in the Perfect Game College Baseball League. He takes strike 2 there. No balls and 2 strikes for Vesey after the full count walk to Passo.
And Amsterdam's got an arm going in the pen out there, a righty, so going to be interesting to see how long of a leash Vesey has.
Ford struck out looking back in the 2nd. First K of 6 for starting pitcher Zach Hernandez. Down to the count 0-2, just misses him inside, has to jump out of the way. 1 ball and 2 strikes now. Ford has played against the Amsterdam Mohawks before. He played with the Stallions in 2024, where he was a first-team All-PGCBL selection, and in 11 games versus the Mohawks, hit 8 for 33, good for a .242 batting average, to go along with 2 homers and 7 RBIs. The 1-2 from Vesey to Ford is a swing and a miss. Strike 3, bounce back to the catcher, Perez. No throw to the first baseman, touchstone. But since the runner was at first, due to the drop third strike rule, it looks like
he's out at first and Passo's safe at second. That'll go down as a wild pitch.
Wild pitch advances Passo to second. Ford Cade for the second time here tonight. First time swinging. Brings up Jamie Z, who he also was Cade his last time up, that being in the fourth, and the final of Zach Hernandez's 6 strikeouts.
And that's still a productive first out for the Stallions. They've got a runner into scoring position now.
Z has knocked in 11 guys through his first 8 games as a Saugerties Stallion. Looking for number 12 with Passo standing on second base. 2 Notre Dame guys, rising freshmen to South Bend, Indiana next year. Dan, these two have been electric thus far in the summer for Saugerties.
They've really helped out the team, and they need him once again here to play Batman and Robin.
Z has the chance to play Batman with the batters in the batter's box. He swings and grounds this one over to short. Passo has to retreat with the Holcraft throwing it over to first base, and 2 outs. Here in the bottom of the 6th, bringing up Logan Sanchez. So after the leadoff walk from Passo, more of the same here for the Stallions offense. 2 outs with a runner in scoring position.
It's just nice to see them put a hard hit ball in play at least. If you go back to the last 5 batters outside of Cobbin Siefkin's nub over to first, it was all walks or strikeouts.
Logan Sanchez was the leadoff runner back last inning in the 5th that reached base by way of a walk. He was out at second on a fielder's choice from Casey Comiskey last time he was on the base paths. First pitch from Vesey to Sanchez is a breaking ball in there for strike 1, completely fooling Sanchez. These two, last time Sanchez was in the batter's box, these guys had a little bit of beef. Vesey came in upstairs twice on Sanchez. He had to get out of the way both times. So Sanchez has a nice opportunity to get a little payback and put a run on the board for Saugerties, something they haven't done since the first inning. The 0-1 pitch in there on the inside corner for strike 2. Sanchez now having a talk with home plate umpire Jeff Ramsdale after that one.
And the whole Stallions bench said good eye right after that pitch was thrown, and then Ramsdale once again with the delayed strike call. Everybody on the Saugerties bench thought that was a ball.
Stallions have the potential to leave a runner in scoring position in 3 consecutive innings with Passo over at second. Sanchez nubs this one foul down the third base line. We'll do it again. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Stallions trailing 4-1 here at Cantine. We've been playing baseball here for approximately 2 hours and 45 minutes. 7:05 was first pitch. Stallions also have 2 errors compared to the Amsterdam 0, both coming from Sanchez behind the dish at the catcher's position, both on overthrows, actually. The snap throw to first, and on the steal attempt at second. Has a chance to erase all that with a knock right here. Does not chase upstairs. Vesey totally wined and fired now. First ball to Sanchez.
Still very hot out here, Nick. The humidity has not tapered off, even with the sun going down. 80 degrees as we hit 10 p.m.
And the bugs are coming out as well from the Pac Hub broadcast booth. We see all of these little guys flying around. Some are around the pitcher, Vesey, out on the mound. His 1-2 pitch to Sanchez is lined straight back off the netting behind home plate. So we'll do it again. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th inning. Back-to-back innings where Vesey has allowed the leadoff runner to reach. Last inning, the Stallions had the bases loaded, something we've been talking about a lot here recently, because it's been the really only threat that the Stallions offense has had in this one outside of their 1 run in the first. The 1-2 pitch. Low in the dirt, ball 2. Here's some chatter from the Stallions dugout, applauding the catcher for not chasing the break-in ball in the dirt. 2 balls and 2 strikes now. Sanchez doing a nice job of battling back in this count. 6th pitch coming up between Vesey and Sanchez.
He's done a nice job. Just hoping for some hard contact.
Sanchez saw 10 pitches in his first plate appearance of the night against Hernandez back in the third, where it ended in a ground ball to third. The 2-2 is lined up the middle, and that will be a base hit. Here comes Paso rounding third, and he will not go anywhere. Third base coach Ron Kelder puts up the stop sign late, but runners down the corners for the number 9 hitter Casey Comiskey after Logan Sanchez picks up the 5th hit of the night for Saugerties.
An interesting hold call there from Ron Kelder. Offense has been hard to come by in this game. Personally, not sure if I totally agree with that call. It was shallow center field, but you're very desperate, and your 9-hole hitter is coming to bat. And now Keith Griffin is headed to the mound once again. And I'm not sure he has enough mound visits left. He's gone in and out now a few times without making a call to the bullpen.
Won last inning, won the inning before. He's having a discussion with home plate umpire Jeff Ramsdale. But going back to the previous swing by Sanchez, Dan, that was scolded up the middle. If you were a Stallions fan, you would have actually rathered it to be a little slower to give Paso more time to round third and score. Looks like Keith Griffin is not allowed to go out and talk to his pitcher after all. Arston Vesey threw 1 2/3.
Nick, if he was to go out there to go to the mound, he would have had to make a call to the bullpen. He is out of just straight mound visits at this point in the game.
He had one last inning with Vesey, and then the one the previous inning in the fourth with Hernandez, which motivated him to end 3 of 4 guys by way of the strikeout in the fourth. Casey Comiskey now has a chance to do some damage with runners on the corners and 2 outs. Dylan Paso over at third, Logan Sanchez over at first. First pitch from Vesey is fouled away for strike 1. Casey Comiskey, Dan, we've been talking about him a lot. This is a guy who we think is going to start to get hot for Stallions. Came in his last AB against Glens Falls in the game 2 of the doubleheader, 2 for 25, an RBI double in that one down the left field line. Everybody went crazy in the dugout, cheering on the Seton Hall product. And then in the last 2 games against Amsterdam, he's 2 for his last 6.
Here tonight already is a single.
Down to the count 0-1 to Arston Vesey, the right-hander for Amsterdam. Fires in a strike now, no balls and 2 strikes, so back-to-back hitters now where Vesey has worked ahead, no balls and 2 strikes. Sanchez did everything he can, saw on the 7th pitch of the AB, lined a single up the middle for a base hit, moving Paso from second to third. Comiskey now down 0-2 in his last at-bat. He hit a 5-4 fielder's choice in the 5th. Comiskey now hitting in back-to-back innings, down 0-2 with 2 outs. Vesey just misses the inside corner. 1 ball and 2 strikes on the third baseman. The Stallions have left 6 runners on base here tonight through the first 5 innings offensively, but the Mohawks as well, they've left 8 runners on base themselves, so in a 4-1 game could look very differently if these teams hit better with runners in scoring position. The 1-2 pitch, line down the right field line. This is tailed, and the right fielder Schwartz dives but does not miss it. Paso scores standing up. Comiskey round second. He will be going to third. Logan Sanchez scores all the way from first base. Casey Comiskey steps up and gets the job done. A 2 RBI triple from the Saugerties third baseman.
Oof, you want to talk about a guy who's starting to heat up. Casey Comiskey with a clutch base hit in the bottom of the 6th. He just lines this one into right field. We've seen Schwartz play shaded to left all day long. Finally, the Stallions take advantage of it, and a beautiful job by both base runners getting all the way around. Comiskey, if he had a little bit more speed, maybe he would have gone for home. But regardless, RBI triple, and it forces a call to the bullpen from Keith Griffin.
And we're taking another look at that on your screen. Casey Comiskey in an 0-2 count. Schwartz doing a nice job of making a play on it. He dives but did not make the play. Stallions plate 2, 4-3. Runner on third base, tying run 90 feet away for the top of the order. When we come back, Welcome back, folks. Nick Zuppi alongside Dan Shalom. Bottom of the sixth. Stallions plate 2 off of Casey Comiskey. 2 RBI triple. That signals a Dallas Hot Wieners call to the bullpen for Amsterdam. Jake Kirchner standing 6'4", 255 from Rutgers, who was actually teammates with Charles Batista, Stallions pitcher.
7.59 ERA this past season with the Scarlet Knights. 13 appearances, 7 games started, 21 and a third, giving up 18 earned runs in that time. And Nick, Amsterdam has killed the Stallions in this game with 2 out hitting, and finally Saugerties returns the favor here in the bottom of the sixth.
Courtesy of third baseman Casey Comiskey, who earlier in his at-bat, Dan, we were saying he's gonna get hot. He came into that AB 3 for his last 6, and there it is, the 2 RBI triple. Makes it a 1-run game, and he's standing 90 feet away from tying things with Luis Rodriguez in the batter's box. He's the leadoff hitter for the Stallions. He's been the leadoff hitter for every game for Saugerties through the first 16. He came into this one hitting north of 350, 390 to be exact. And he also has 2 hits in this one, so he's hitting north of 400. Flies this one over to right field. Coming in on it is the right fielder Schwartz. Going out is the second baseman Young. 1 pitch for Kirchner. Retires Rodriguez and ends the bottom of the 6th inning. Stallions add 2 on 1 hit. We'll be right back in the top of the 7th with Dan Shalom on play-by-play.
We've hit the 10 o'clock hour here at Cantine Field, and the Stallions and Mohawks are still going at it here in the top of the 7th. Amsterdam leading 4-3, and in the bottom half of the 6th, Nick, Casey Comiskey, a 2 RBI triple, which was huge for Saugerties to finally put some runs on the board.
Casey Comiskey coming into last night was 2 for 26 in these last 2 games. He is now 3 for 7, so he is breaking out of things in a big way.
And another guy who's put a Band-Aid on things over the last couple of innings, Daniel Mochio on the mound, now on for his 3rd inning of relief. And he came into this game, gave up the RBI single to Danny Perez, the catcher, but since then hasn't allowed a run. Really what the Stallions needed, stability and length.
Mochio is the 3rd pitcher for Saugerties here tonight. Only used 2 last night, but coming out of a stretch where they played 4 games in 3 days. Very taxing on their bullpen.
Brand new ball game here at Cantine Field. If you go back to last night's game, heading into the 7th, Amsterdam was only trailing things 3-2. Then Jamie Z added a 3-run home run in the top of the 7th to guide the Stallions to a 6-2 victory. Amsterdam looking for some more insurance themselves here in the top half of the 7th. Ryan Schwartz, the right fielder, at the plate. He's got a couple of RBIs in this game so far. A sac fly in the 5th, RBI single in the 3rd. Popped out over to second in the 2nd. This Amsterdam offense has been potent today, but still could have had a lot more thus far. 8 runners left on base for them in total. The problem for Saugerties on the pitching side of things, walks, 7 of them, 2 above their average on a game-by-game basis. 1-2 count. Mochio comes set at the belt. Here's the pitch. Just misses on the outside corner. And Nick, I think it's becoming a joke at this point. Jeff Ramsdale's strike zone is like the size of a quarter.
Up here in the Pack Hub broadcast booth, we heard third base coach Ron Kelder give a good yes after that last pitch, ultimately missing the zone for a ball.
2-2. Doesn't get the call right there on the same exact pitch. They go down to Joe Lasapanera Sr. for a second opinion. And that was confusing because it seemed like Lasapanera Sr. signaled strikeout, but Ramsdale not giving it. He's been very fair in both directions tonight, just not very friendly to the pitchers on the mound. The payoff misses outside, and now Mochio frustrated with Ramsdale after that. Back-to-back pitches that could have been called for strike 3. Instead, he lets up the leadoff walk here in the 7th.
And it is the first time since the 5th inning that the Mohawks have had the leadoff runner on. Chris Holcraft singled in the top of the 5th and ultimately came around to score as well on a sac fly from Ryan Schwartz, who is now on first base.
Peyton Jemison, the third baseman, came into this game in the top half of the 2nd to replace Jaden Harriel, who left with a right wrist injury. And since coming in, a strikeout and a walk for him. And once again, the problem for the Stallions, walks in this game. Now 8 of them in total. It's really been a struggle for this staff that only let up 5 against Amsterdam last night in a hostile environment up at Shuttleworth Park. A big cut and a miss right there from Jemison. Counts 1-1. And Comiskey playing up on the infield. He wants to make sure the bunt not a surprise this time around with a runner at first and nobody out.
Filippi dropped down a drag bunt back in the 3rd inning. So like you said, Comiskey is alert. This time he's not sleeping.
1-1, and they'll give a check. That's something that Mochio can do. Being a southpaw, he can lift that leg and then go over to first base for the pickoff. Stallions have not picked off anybody tonight. 3 stolen bases for the Mohawks in total. They've gotten a couple of extra 90 feet off a few throwing errors from Logan Sanchez behind the dish. And speaking of Sanchez, this ball gets by him. And going over to third, now caught between 2nd and 3rd is Schwartz. He will stop there, but it has been a struggle behind the dish tonight for Logan Sanchez. Runner in scoring position here for the Mohawks. They're looking for some insurance here in the top half of the 7th after letting up 2 in the bottom half of the 6th. Mochio has just given up 1 run, that being to Danny Perez on an RBI single, but that going unearned against his line as Montrell Christian Jr. was responsible.
Amsterdam has now had a runner in scoring position in every inning outside of the 1st when they went down 1-2-3.
2 balls, 1 strike. Now the bunt comes, and Comiskey fields cleanly. He'll throw to first. Stallions okay trading that for an out, and now Bray Touchstone just needs to put a ball into the outfield to make this a 2-run game.
And Touchstone is the right man to do so. He comes into tonight's game, this being his 18th as a Mohawk, with 13 RBIs, looking for number 14, and more importantly, a Nacarado insurance run standing 90 feet away for Amsterdam.
And regardless of what happens over there in the box against Touchstone, Sanchez has to be really careful not to let anything by him, as we've already seen in this inning. Schwartz move up 180 feet. That went down as the 4th stolen base of the ball game for the Mohawks. Saugerties brings the infield in here in the top of the 7th with 1 down. Touchstone lines it to the left side foul, and Mochio's got an 0-2 count to work with. He was in an 0-2 count against Perez earlier and ended up letting up the RBI single. That one, he just left some off speed in the middle of the zone.
And Touchstone lined a single to left field in his first at-bat of the night. And he also lined a single to left field last night, and that one was for an RBI, looking to have back-to-back games with a run batted in.
The 0-2. Touchstone just gets a piece of it. And this being a really important out in the ballgame.
This is probably the biggest at-bat to this point here for the Stallions pitching staff. Up by 1 run with 1 out. Insurance run 90 feet away. You need this out.
Mochio deals. Chopped right back to Mochio. He'll give a check on third, and now here coming home is Schwartz. The play at the plate. Not in time. And Sanchez is confused about that one. We'll give you the replay right away on that. But nothing has been going Saugerties' way at the plate with Jeff Ramsdale.
The throw actually beat the runner Schwartz to the plate. Sanchez late on the tag. Sliding in safely with
And it
Schwartz.
seems like he did make it under the tag as Sanchez had to go high to low on that one. So the Mohawks plate the run on the RBI fielder's choice. An unfortunate break there for the Stallions, and they've got to dig out of another hole. And Nick, it's just, I don't want to get on Jeff Ramsdale behind the dish, but it's just seemed inconsistent across the board from him tonight.
It's been a hard time trying to figure out where exactly his strike zone is. He hasn't really been too consistent behind home plate for either team, that is.
Perez hits one into right field. Hoppen-Siefken there. Stallions with work to do in the bottom half of the 7th. Mohawks plate 1 run on no hits here in the top half of the 7th. Time to stretch here at Canton Field. Bottom of the 7th here in Saugerties. Stallions letting up a run in that top half of the 7th on a bang-bang play. Daniel Mochio fielded the ground ball, and it seemed like he just waited not enough time to throw over to first base. If he looked and checked for just 2 seconds longer maybe, probably would have had it, but regardless, a tough play on Mochio and aggressive base running by the Mohawks.
Mochio gave like an in-between look at the runner on third base before he flipped it over to first. He didn't really get him back to third base. He definitely was dancing along the third base line and then ultimately bolted for home when Mochio flipped it over pretty lazily to first, that is.
Jack Kirchner is still on the bump for the Mohawks here in the bottom of the 7th, and the Stallions desperately need some offense after Casey Comiskey delivered with the 2 RBI triple. This is still a very close game and not done by any stretch of the mean just yet. Saugerties with 2-3-4 coming up here to start off the bottom of the 7th. Saugerties has left runners on base in every inning since the 3rd. That's been the problem for them in this game, finally getting off the board after 4 innings of scoreless baseball from the 2nd to the 5th. Carroll takes a first pitch strike at the top of the zone. And even that one, kind of confusing. Ramsdale has not been calling that outside pitch high in the zone all day long. Regardless, it's an 0-1 count. Carroll lines one over to the second base side. Young Jr., tough play. He makes it, and there's one down in the 7th. And Nick, while the Stallions are hitting, it's really felt like outside of the 6th that they've made things easy for the Mohawks, even when there's been pressure on base. I can't tell you the last time outside of the 1st the Stallion staff has had an easy inning on the mound.
They've had to work with a runner in scoring position in every one of the innings outside of the 1st inning when Drillings retired the Mohawks in order 1-2-3. So even though they've allowed 4 runs, they've done a nice job at keeping, 5. They've done a nice job at keeping Amsterdam to only 5 on the scoreboard.
Amsterdam getting their closer ready in the pen, Darren Duvall. But here's the thing. Last time Duvall pitched against the Stallions, he actually blew the game. So going to be interesting to see how and when he comes into this ball game. And obviously, if you're Keith Griffin, you would like to see Kirchner get into that 8th inning. No balls and 2 strikes here on Reese Maroney. Maroney goes down on 3 pitches. It has been an offensive struggle for the Stallions outside of the 2 RBI triple from Comiskey. No runs over the last 5. And Travis Hobbit-Siefken has been a big part of that struggle in this 2-game set against the Mohawks. If you stem back from last night, he's 1 for 8.
This offense as a whole has struck out 9 times already with the K to Maroney. This is an offense that only averages just under 6 strikeouts a game, far eclipsing that number here tonight.
And the energy here at Cantine Field makes it seem like the Mohawks are blowing the Stallions out by 8 runs right now. But it's still a 2-run ball game. Needs some life here in the ballpark. Hobbit-Siefken takes first strike 1. And coming up for the Stallions, they've got a home game against the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dogs tomorrow night, and that's always a competitive battle. Each of the last 6 between those 2 teams have ended in 6 run or within a run of each other. And then after that, they'll have an off day Friday before a pair against Glens Falls. Hobbit-Siefken puts one down the left field line. It bumps up against the wall in left field. He's into second with a stand-up double. Just what he needed to get off the schneid.
Hobbit-Siefken has been swinging forcefully all night. Finally connects with a fastball from Kirchner and lines it down the left field line for extra bases.
And now you go from Hobbit-Siefken, who's a power bat, to Dylan Passo, who's in essence the same exact thing and has been killing the baseball for the Stallions. He walked in his last at-bat, that being in the 6th, and Saugerties could really use the RBI here.
The Stallions trying to strike a 2-out rally and an opportunity to tie it up here off Kirchner.
Passo fouls it back for strike one. Haben-Siefken is at second base. The Stallions once again with a runner in scoring position. It's been a struggle for them to bring that runner home since the fourth. They have had a runner in scoring position in every inning. Just 2 runs to show for it. A 1. Passo with a big cut and a miss, and he's down 0-2. Haben-Siefken at second, bottom of the 7th here in Saugerties, and the Stallions searching for some life. The pitch misses outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Stallions with 7 hits in this ball game. Amsterdam also with 7. The only difference being in pairs of 2s, Mohawks having 2 runs and 2 less errors, both those being tagged against Logan Sanchez, the catcher, on overthrows. 1-2 offering, misses down low. It's 2-2.
Passo chased at a ball in the dirt for a strikeout back in the 4th inning, showing good discipline here in the 7th with a runner in scoring position to swing at strikes and try to score Haben-Siefken, which would make the score 5-4.
Stallions had this scenario last inning. Runner at second with 2 outs and ended up planing 2. And Stallions bench calling for the balk there, but he did stuff off the rubber, so count stays at 2-2 with 2 outs. To number 22, with the Stallions scoring 2 in the last inning. Passo just stays alive. Passo with a ground out to second and a strikeout in the 4th. So far in this game, a walk in his last at-bat. The 2-2. Off-speed called for strike 3, and Passo knew it. The Stallions have left runners on base in 5 straight innings and have struck out 10 times in this ball game. We head to the 8th. Amsterdam leading by 2. Top half of the 8th. It is 10:20 here at Cantine Field, and if you want to get out the timer and see if this is the Stallions' longest game so far, well, it's on pace to be. Saugerties, the last time they played Amsterdam on the 16th, a 3-hour and 56-minute one up there at Shuttleworth Park that went into extras. That game started at 6:45 and ended at 10:41. So far tonight, we started at 7:05 and are at 10:19. In order to beat that mark, we would have to go past 10:51 here tonight, and that would be the longest contest for both sides this season. The man trying to speed things up for the Stallions after the Dallas Hot Wieners call to the bullpen is Marciano Neglia.
Was a start against Mohawk Valley. The last time he threw was against the Boonville Lumberjacks in a 13-3 win for Saugerties. He threw 1 inning, gave up 1 hit, 2 earned runs in that one.
Nick, you really couldn't ask for much more out of Daniel Mochio. 2 1/3 innings pitched. Only gave up 2 hits, 1 run unearned, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts.
Mochio did a nice job of putting a Band-Aid over things, allowing the Stallions offense to somewhat wake up. Casey Comiskey had a 2 RBI triple, made it a 1-run game in the 6th before Mochio surrendered his only unearned run in the 7th to make it 5-3.
So far in this game, Matt Drilling started 2 innings, a hit, 1 earned run for him. Then Montreal Christian Jr. came into the game. 2 runs given up, 2 earned, and then Mochio, 2 runs, 1 earned, makes things 5 on the scoreboard for the Mohawks. And Nick, maybe my brain is just starting not to work as we almost are at 10:30 here tonight. John Young Jr. at the plate. The big second baseman, the rising sophomore from Alabama, sporting the full red and the crimson tide. Imperative that Stallions put up a 0 here, especially with the big closer set to come in for the Mohawks in the 8th, that being Darren Duvall. 0-2 is high and away for ball 1. And Nick, I was actually talking to head coach Colin Martin about this the other day. These games in the PGCBL, just straight lengthwise, when they go long, are way too long for what a summer baseball game should be. There's no pitch clock. There's none of that as John Young Jr. loops it into right field for a single, and Hobbin-Siefken boots it in right field. That's going to go down as an error, and he will move up to second base on that. At least in my opinion, it should be an error. That will get scored as an error, so it'll be a single with the error. And that has just been a problem for the Stallions in this game. That'll go on Hobbin-Siefken in E9. And now, for a 7th straight inning, the Mohawks have a runner in scoring position.
3rd error for the night for Saugerties. The other 2 were charged to the catcher, Logan Sanchez. But coming into the game tonight, Dan, back-to-back games without a defensive mistake for the Stallions. Defense 3 here tonight. Not a good sign if you're head coach Colin Martin going forward.
And that was something the squad cleaned up, as showing bunt is Jungens. He puts it foul. And the Mohawks did the same exact thing in the 7th inning, or excuse me, the 7th, to make this a 5-3 game. Walk to Ryan Schwartz, sack bunt from Jemison, and then the RBI fielder's choice that Bray Touchstone put into play. Neglia comes set at the belt, now deals. Another bunt, and this time it is down. Sanchez is going to field it. He gets it there in time. 1 down here in the 8th.
Productive out from Jungens. 4th sacrifice here tonight between sac flies and sac bunts for Amsterdam.
And then if you go over to the other side of things, the Stallions have no sacrifices. So you can see how the Mohawks have worked so efficiently to move runners across. Same situation as last inning now for Saugerties. A runner at 3rd for Amsterdam with 1 out. Luke Filippi at the dish. Takes the first pitch he sees for ball 1, and I wouldn't be surprised here if Filippi put down the bunt to just get a ball in play here on the infield and force the same thing as last inning. And Neglia can't find the zone. It's 2-0.
Neglia does have 5 strikeouts in 6 innings, so he does have the stuff to strike out the opposing teams. But down in the count, 2-0 to Filippi doesn't look good for Marciano.
Marciano gets a swing and a miss for strike 1. Stallions will have their 6, 7, and 8 hitters due up next inning, that being Justin Ford, Jamie Z, and Logan Sanchez as they try and dig out of this hole. Saugerties has not led here tonight outside of the bottom of the 1st. After that, Mohawks plated a run in the 2nd and have since been in control. That time, Filippi tries to get down the bunt with 1 strike on the board, and it goes to 2-2. Had a similar drag bunt in the 3rd.
Rory then stole 2nd and came around to score.
Here's the 2-2. Sanchez points over to second, and Ramsdale won't even offer it up. The count goes full. Payoff from Neglia. Strike three and a big one. Neglia gets Filippi to go down on the off speed, and there's 2 outs, and the infield can finally back off.
5th strikeout for Stallions pitching here tonight, which is actually below their season average. They average 6 Ks per game, which is 9th in the PGCBL. 5 here tonight against Amsterdam.
Chris Holcraft at the dish. He's the shortstop, and so far in this game, 1 for 2, walked in the 6th. Stole second, but then was stranded there. Neglia an out away from putting up a 0 here in the 8th. The 1-0. A big cut and a miss. Holcraft went fishing for strike 1. The next 3 due up for the Stallions only have 1 hit combined tonight, and that coming from Logan Sanchez in the 6th. The offense coming to a halt after they had 12 base knocks and 10 runners left on base at Shuttleworth Park last night. A 1-1, high and away for ball 2.
They've been averaging north of 8 runs per game over their last 7 games. 6 of those they won by at least more than 5 runs. And in those games, they eclipsed the double-digit run threshold 4 times. So this is an offense coming into tonight that was thriving on all cylinders.
Big pop-up over to the right side. Holcraft slams the bat as he comes out of the box, and Neglia gets out of the jam. A 0 for the Stallions, and they've been alternating between zeros and runs scored. 4th, nothing. 5th, 2 for the Mohawks. 6th, nothing. 7th, 1 for the Mohawks, but the Stallions are within 2. With 6, 7, 8 coming to the plate.
Yeah. We got 3 seconds left.
It's the bottom of the 8th here at Cantine Field, and Nick, the Stallions are desperately searching for some offense. It's just been 2 runs for them over the last 6 innings.
This is a Stallions offense that we've seen them go quiet occasionally in the middle of the game. Last time these 2 teams played right here at Cantine, they scored 9 in the first 2 and then 7 consecutive zeros. Similar thing here tonight. They score 1 in the first, 2 in the 6th, and then outside of that, zeros.
A late visit here tonight from Ethan Conrad, who formerly played for the Stallions and is projected to go in the late first round, second round of the MLB draft in just a couple weeks' time, pulling up to Cantine to catch some of his former team's finish to this ball game. And Justin Ford at the plate, his former teammate with the Stallions, to start things off here in the bottom of the 8th. And with Ethan Conrad in the ballpark, this is a guy who had 6 home runs in his time with Saugerties. That was about 3 weeks at the beginning of the year. And ended the season second in the PGCBL for home runs and first on the Stallions. Talk about monster numbers, and Jeff Ramsdale has been getting beat up behind the plate tonight. That's another ball that catches him on the mask off the foul tip from Justin Ford.
Ford and Conrad were teammates, while Conrad and Ford both played here for the Stallions last summer.
And Ethan came up clutch a few times against these Mohawks, knows a thing or two about playing in this series as he spent 2 summers' time with Saugerties. It's 2 balls and 1 strike here to Justin Ford, and Mohawks have their closer ready to go.
I went like this.
Jamie Z at the dish, and a 2-1 count. One out after Justin Ford grounded out to third base. Z slaps one to short. Holcraft to first. It's in time, and the Stallions are down to 4 outs in this game after back-to-back groundouts on the infield.
We apologize at home, running into some technical difficulties here in the 8th inning, but we were back in time for folks to see Jamie Z's 2-hopper to shortstop.
And Logan Sanchez, in this game, he has a single and a walk, ground out over to third otherwise, not much else. You could hear a pin drop here at Cantine Field right now with how quiet it is. With Sanchez at the dish, and he swings at the first pitch he sees, throws it over to Jemison, and he puts it over to first in time. 1, 2, 3, 3 balls on the infield for the Stallions here in the bottom of the 8th. 3 outs left to go for each side as we go to the 9th. Mohawks up by 2. Come back. Yeah. The Mohawks coming into this 9th with a team meeting with head coach Keith Griffin. It seemed like he was talking to all of them, giving them some inspiration headed into this 9th inning. They want to close things out. They're losers of 3 of their last 4, trying to start a win streak, and they'll play the Troy Haymakers tomorrow, which is not a team in the PGCBL, so they will just have the night off, in essence, tomorrow night. Stallions will be in action against the Diamond Dogs. That'll be a 6:50 start, and we'll have you, or excuse me, a 6:50 Archtop pregame show with a 7:05 p.m. start. Marciano Neglia out there for his 2nd inning of work in what has just been a marathon game here at Cantine Field. Around half an hour away from the 4-hour mark tonight. And the Stallions still have a chance in the bottom of the 9th, but Darren Duval, the closer, slated to come in for the Mohawks. He blew the game last time, Derek Duval. He was the losing pitcher up there at Shuttleworth Park in the first matchup between these 2 teams. But first things first, Stallions have to get a 0.
They have 3 outs to work with in the bottom of the 9th inning. Jack Kirchner has done a nice job in his 2 innings of work, retiring the Stallions in the 7th and the 8th.
And Nick, I don't know about you, but still feeling quite sweaty here in the 9th inning. It's dark, 78 degrees, but the humidity has not gone away.
Still 78 degrees outside, and the mosquito bites too are starting to get to my legs a little bit. I've had to knock a few off them just to avoid some mosquito bites.
Speaking of knocking, Amsterdam looking for some Knockerado insurance runs here in the 9th inning. Will Cowan down 0-2 to start things off.
Cowan, the 3-hitter, has been on base twice. He walked in the 3rd, singled in the 5th to go along with 2 strikeouts.
Neglia deals. He misses down low, and that one gets by Sanchez. Doesn't matter, nobody on base. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ball is smacked into right field. Haben Siefken there for out number 1. And we take a look over to Derek Duval in the bullpen for the Mohawks. And Duval blew it last time for the Mohawks, and he's going to try and get out of things this time around. A nice opportunity for him to get back on track against Saugerties. Ryan Schwartz, the right fielder, at the plate. And he gets hit with Neglia's off-speed. First hit by pitch of the game from either side. 1 out base runner for the Mohawks.
Schwartz is now on base. 3 of his 4 plate appearances, one of them was also a sac fly where he knocked in Chris Holcraft back in the 5th inning. So very productive game from Schwartz, who was the cleanup hitter for Amsterdam.
Peyton Jemison, the 3rd baseman, had a sacrifice bunt, which brought home the 5th run of the game for the Mohawks in the 7th inning. Things have gone really quiet here at Cantine Field, and for right reason. It's 10:30 on a Wednesday night. Kids still got to go to school, even though it's coming to an end. Probably some last days tomorrow. Work, more importantly, for a lot of the adults. And we appreciate you sticking with us here on the Stallions YouTube network through it all. 1-0. Neglia misses down low. It's another one. That's past Logan Sanchez. Will go down as a wild pitch against Neglia, but still hasn't been Sanchez's night behind the dish.
Now, every inning since the 1st, Amsterdam has had a runner in scoring position at some point in the inning, whether it be
and you
0
just
outs.
can't expect to win a ball game if there's a runner in scoring position every single inning, regardless of the amount of outs on the board. It's in essence like you're playing extra innings every single inning with a runner at second base. Just change up the amount of outs. Stallions have put themselves in a world of hurt that way here tonight, and Neglia is down 3-0.
Coming into the game, this was a Stallions pitching staff that had been anchoring this team. They were leading this PGCBL in ERA at 3.99, only allowing opponents to hit 250 and reach base 5 times by way of the walk per game. So this is an outlier for the Stallions here tonight.
Jemison gets the green light on the 3-0. Maroney is there, and 2 down in the 9th. There's 2 down here in the top of the 9th, and Bray Touchstone, the first baseman, is at the plate. He scored the Mohawks' last run, that being in the 7th off the RBI fielder's choice. Neglia misses upstairs. And not to beat a dead horse here, Nick, but the energy has really been sucked out of Cantine Field.
It's almost as if you could hear a pin drop. Limited fans here sticking out this marathon of a game between the top two teams in the PGCBL.
In there at the top of the zone, 4 strike 1. Neglia ahead. 1 ball, 2 strikes, trying to give the Stallions a chance. In the bottom of the 9th, they've got 9-1-2 coming up, and Casey Comiskey's been the hottest hitter tonight for this squad. Out-of-town scoreboard, Mohawk Valley beating Oneonta 12-3. Boonville leading Utica 3-2 in the bottom of the 6th. And that Boonville-Utica game has to be over because there's no shot there in the bottom of the 6th at 10:40 when their games start at 6:35 in Utica, so something has to be wrong there. And then you go to Mohawk Valley. With their win tonight, they'll jump the Stallions heading into tomorrow if Saugerties is to go on to lose.
They beat the Outlaws 12-3, and Oneonta only adds to what has been a really disappointing season. They moved to 3-14. Came into tonight 8.5 behind Amsterdam, so an Amsterdam win would mean 9.5 games back between first and last in the PGCBL.
Second hit by pitch of the inning for Marciano Neglia. And he was in a 1-2 count there, was about to get out of the inning, but Danny Perez, the catcher, will now come to the dish. And even Jeff Ramsdale giving Neglia a pat on the back there. He's missed with 2 off-speed pitches that have just run in on these righty hitters. Mohawks would love to make this a 4-run game, and they've got the 2 runners that could make it a 4-run game on first and second. Neglia deals a first pitch strike.
Danny
Perez not agreeing with that pitch, and the whole Mohawks bench confused.
John Young Jr. in the on-deck circle is just completely perplexed. He dropped the bat and threw both hands in the air.
Maybe Ramsdale just wants to go home at this point. That could certainly be it. We played nearly 3 hours and 45 minutes of baseball,
including a 20-minute delay in the top of the 4th inning when something happened to a fan that had to be escorted in an ambulance. We hope everything is okay with everyone involved in that situation.
No doubt about it. 1-1 is smacked up the middle. Rodriguez is going to field it in center. Schwartz comes home. Rodriguez slips in center field. That's going to play to run. That'll be another RBI single for the Mohawks. And it just keeps getting worse for the Stallions. Another 2-out run. And that's back-to-back balls into the outfield where the Stallions outfielders have slipped out there. Runners at the corners with 2 outs for John Young Jr.
Going to the guy who hit it, though, Danny Perez, the catcher. That's his 3rd RBI tonight. 2 RBI singles and a sac fly. He was 2 for 2 last night with 2 walks against the Stallions. Here tonight, he's 2 for 3 with a walk and a sac fly.
And Nick, the Stallions have not had a 1-2-3 inning outside of the first. If you look up and down the lineup, especially with these pitchers, really nothing has come easy for them tonight. They've had to work for every single out in this ball game, and Neglia dogging it here once again, down 2-0 to John Young Jr.
Coming into this one, the Stallions had a chance to make history. They haven't ever beaten Amsterdam 3 of the first 4 matchups in a season. They're going to need a miracle in the bottom half against the Mohawk closer.
And the interesting thing is if the Stallions go on to lose this game, that's what it's seeming like, is they've got a 4-run deficit ahead of them, and the save situation goes away now in the bottom half for Derek Duval. Back-to-back RBI singles. 10 base on balls today for the Stallions. That's including hit by pitches. It's been a real problem for them. And it just seems like a defeated vibe out there for this team right now. They have gotten beaten around in this game. Praxi Vigil, the pitching coach, will hop onto the mound now to talk to Neglia. The weird thing that I was going to bring up, Nick, is that these two teams now will be undefeated at the other ballpark, which just didn't happen last year at all.
The Stallions won 3 of 4 matchups last year against the Mohawks here at Cantine. Amsterdam winning the other 7, including the championship of the Eastern Conference of the PGCBL. So like you said, 2-0, but on the road team.
Being down by 4 runs going into the 9th is something the Stallions are used to. They trailed 8-3 twice last year up at Shuttleworth Park, and in both those games would mount 4-run comebacks but come just short and end up falling 8-7. And now, Nick, the question also becomes, do you even burn Derek Duval if you're the Mohawks in a 4-run game?
I would say yes. Throw your best guy. You got to win the game in front of you. And against the Stallions offense, who has been hot coming into this one, you never know. Crooked number might be incoming if you don't use Duval.
And Amsterdam plays tomorrow, but that being against the Troy Haymakers, who are not in the PGCBL, so that will go down as an exhibition game, which is strange for this team in the middle of the season. Neglia finally finds the zone. It's really been 2-out hitting today for the Mohawks across the board, and the Stallions just have had no answer to that. If you count up their amount of runs, 4 coming with 2 outs. Young goes over to second, pitches fouled. Neglia a strike away from getting out of this 2-run 9th.
And something I want to bring up here in the top of the 9th with 2 outs, Amsterdam now has completed 5 full goes-through of their lineup. Alex Juggins is the 9-hitter. Only 4 for Saugerties.
All goes back to walks. 10 issued today by the Stallion staff. Young goes to second, and this ball is tasered. Hobbin-Siefkin on the track. He's at the wall. Goodbye, baseball. 3-run home run from the Amsterdam 9-hole hitter, and the Saugerties Stallions can kiss this game goodbye. It's 10-3.
Juggins got a fastball and did not miss it. 2 guys in this Amsterdam lineup just missed homers. Juggins hits that one a mile over the right center fence.
It's just adding insult to injury for the Stallions. The 2 base runners to start off this game. To start off this inning, excuse me. Were both hit by the pitch. You get 2 outs. And then RBI single, 3-run home run for a 5-run 9th. Mohawks are fired up here on the road, and for right reason. Top of the order, Filippi to the plate for his 6th at-bat of the game.
People have been waiting for this Mohawk offense to explode. They've lost 5 of their last 8, only averaging 4.5 runs per game. Put up a crooked number here, 10 on 11 hits at Cantine on June 25th, 2025.
Nick, the thing I'm looking at most now is, will this game break the record? And once the clock hits 10:52, this will be the longest game for the Stallions and Mohawks this season. And I'm going to need some food after this one. I haven't eaten all day long. It's a 4-pitch walk from Neglia to Filippi. Chris Holcraft to the plate, and the Mohawks are a batter away from batting around. Nobody coming to save Neglia from the pen, and no reason to at this point.
Holcraft is now the 9th Mohawk to hit in the inning. They made a full round trip through the order. He popped out to second base to end the 8th. Now has an opportunity to end the 9th.
A 3-run home run put the game away yesterday for the Stallions, and today the Mohawks returning the favor here at Cantine Field. Nick, we still have more baseball left to go here tonight. Cutting a miss, and Stallions will have to regroup, but not much time to think about this one. They've got to face Mohawk Valley tomorrow night. One ball, 2 strikes, and this just a rough outing for Marciano Neglia. All 5 runs given up in this 9th will be earned and go against his line, and it's not been the best season for Marsh so far. A lot of earned runs given up in his outings. And Haben Sievkin is camped under this one for out number 3. But a 5-run 9th inning puts this game all but away for the Mohawks. It's 10-3 Amsterdam going to the bottom of the 9th. It's the bottom of the 9th. And the Stallions are trailing by 7. The only thing they got going for them at this point is the longest game record, which they've broken. We are a minute away from 3 hours and 55 and 10 away from 4 hours. Derek Duval, the closer, on for the Mohawks. Dallas Hot Wieners called to the bullpen. Things in the bottom of the 9th.
He had the big 2 RBI triple earlier in this one. That was the 6th inning. When the game looked like it was in reach for Saugerties, they were only down 4-3 going to the 7th. But then an offensive onslaught from Amsterdam, 6 runs in the final 3 frames.
Comiskey takes for strike 1 Duval. The last time he appeared versus the Stallions was in the 9th and 10th. Saugerties scratched 2 runs on him and would eventually go on to win things 10-9 up there at Shuttleworth Park. He's quickly ahead, 0-2 on Comiskey.
Duval does a great job of consistently throwing strikes. We're seeing that here already. 2 pitches, 2 strikes to Comiskey.
Comiskey tasers it over to the right side. A nice diving play by Young. Not in time. It's a leadoff single for Casey Comiskey here on the bottom of the 9th, and the game rolls on. Luis Rodriguez next to the dish.
First 3-hit game of the season as a Saugerties Stallion for Comiskey. 3 for 4 here tonight. The lone out was a fielder's choice back in the 5th. So Casey Comiskey, Dan, we were saying it coming in. The Seton Hall product is starting to get hot. Look out.
You love to see it. Stallions will take any bright spots they can get from this beatdown from the Mohawks. A 10-3 scoreline. Luis Rodriguez is next. Comiskey is off first. Luis Rodriguez at the plate. Takes 1 ball and 1 strike. Stallions back here tomorrow night, 7:05 start against the Mohawk Valley Diamond Dogs. That'll be a 6:50 Archtop Fiber pregame show. And we'll pick apart this entire loss, give you our analysis, talk to some of the players, all that and more. Rodriguez takes inside for ball 2.
The next time these two teams play will be July 1st, a doubleheader at Shuttleworth Park up in Amsterdam. This is game 4 of 11 scheduled meetings between these two teams.
And we will have that for you here on the Stallions YouTube network on a private link. You just got to tell us that you would like the link, and we will send it to you. If you're a parent watching this, we will get it to you. If you're a fan and want to access our stream, do let us know on July 1st, and we will have both of those games for you here on the Stallions YouTube network, and that'll be a pair of 7-inning ones up at Shuttleworth. 2-2 pitch to Luis Rodriguez. Pokes it over to second. Taylor-made double play. 4-6-3. 2 down.
The second double play now. The Stallions have grounded into a 6-4-3 back in the first inning. Now a 4-6-3 in the 9th.
Well, this is officially the longest game of the year for Saugerties as we approach the 11-hour mark at Cantine Field. Cameron Carroll. It keeps reminding me of the Diamondbacks outfielder, Corbin Carroll. Both speedy and have a lot of power on the bat. And Duvall now an out away from closing this game down. Carroll takes for ball 1. And Nick, probably the biggest thing you're taking away here if you're head coach Colin Martin heading into tomorrow. 10 walks given up in this game. 8 left on base. And then on the offensive side of things, 10 strikeouts.
And this has been an unusual game for both the pitching staff and the offense. The Stallions came into this one only averaging 5 walks per game, allowed 10, like you said, and a team that strikes out only 5 times in the batter's box doubled their season average in both categories here tonight.
It's 2 balls and no strikes to Carroll. Takes outside 3-0. We've been live here on the Stallions YouTube network for 4 hours and 11 minutes. Nick, a marathon effort from us, our entire crew here tonight. Have to give them all the credit. And this, once again, going to be a talking point going forward on if the PGCBL should maybe institute a pitch clock or something of that sort to speed this up a little bit.
It's been a great broadcast from everyone fighting through adversity between the pregame show, technical difficulties, and whatnot. All around, successful day for the broadcast network for the Stallions.
Not a successful day for the Stallions, but a successful day for our crew for sure. Stallions are down to their final out of this game. 3-2, 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th, trailing by 7. Duvall deals. He misses down low, and Carroll will jog over to first base. Second walk of the day for him, and Maroney will come up with 2 down. And interestingly enough, Reese Maroney in this game has not put a ball in play. 2 walks, 2 strikeouts on the evening.
Maroney had a 5-game hitting streak coming into tonight. Potential he may lose that here in this at-bat.
Has a chance to still keep it. And officially past the 11-hour mark. 11:01. 4 minutes away from officially 4 hours here at Cantine Field. It's all up to Reese Maroney if we get there. He takes a first pitch strike. Maroney chops it to third. This is going to be a tough play. Jemison throws to second. And that was so random. The only way to describe that, I've never seen the third baseman go to second on a ball he's charging in on. 1 minute away now as we officially started things here tonight at 7:03. There's nothing you can do but laugh at this point.
Well, in the official scorebook, that went down actually as a single for Maroney, so he now has a 6-game hitting streak.
Hurrah! Reese Maroney. There you go. Travis Hobbins-Siefkin had that double.
That's outside
Ball one. And Nick, I just want to see it happen. We bring up the seconds clock. We're at 20 seconds right now. Duval comes into the windup in a 1-0 count. Hobbins-Siefkin does not put it in play. This should get it over the line. We're down to 10 seconds on the 4-hour mark. Duval has to come set within the next 5, or else this is going to go to 4 hours with runners at first and second. 3, 2, 4 hours as Hobbins-Siefkin hits it into right field, and he gets it just in time. A 4-hour ball game, and the Stallions fall 10-3 in 9 innings, and they take a 2.5-game lead on the Stallions in the PGCBL East.
Just an all-around disappointing performance from the Stallions here tonight. 10-3 the final. They were out hit 11-9. They made 3 more errors than Amsterdam. This is a flush it and forget it happened moment for Saugerties going forward.
In a 4-hour marathon of a ball game. That's going to do it for us here at Canton Field. Big thanks to our entire crew, our 2 sideline reporters, Hannah Tampassis and Henry Hipschman, for our producer, Bella Holleran, my partner, Nick Zuppi. Dan Shalom signing off. We'll see you tomorrow night at 6:50.